what if you have everything here on the table, yeah?
Okay. It will be just a second. That small stay here. Okay. Thank you. Wow. There's some more shots there. Perché noi? The off table. Così. With the slice. Così. Deciso così. Ci please the Japanese meal? Short stick, middle short stick too. Double up. And play around. Japanese player to jump.
So easy to do.
Yeah, vieni Nico. Io l'ho messo qui ce l'ho messo qui perché ci sono io, mica perché c'è il ciprino. Perché ci sono io, non perché c'è il ciprino.
Su che cosa si vede il tavolo del...
Button opposition.
Su che sito si vede?
Allora, sia su YouTube, sulla pagina del Banco, di Banco Casino.
Pagina Banco.
E poi, allora, no vabbè, su YouTube.
YouTube, metti il Banco
Nel Banco Casino
Casino.
c'è sempre in diretta sta roba. Cioè adesso, in realtà sarà tra 20 minuti. Mandalo un messaggino agli amici, così vedono quando faccio dopo la contraddizione.
No, ma deve essere brutto dopo.
Esatto, siamo diciamo, cioè che poi escono di noi e fanno due tavole, quindi magari ci rimandano.
Ah, è vero.
I don't mind.
È vero perché?
No vabbè, non rompono il nostro comunque, romperanno di qui. Il nostro è il principale. Quindi ci dobbiamo tenere il ragazzo tutta la sera.
Okay, now turned it off. Can you hear me?
For the camera,
Just testing. Can you hear me now?
now I start to play.
Okay, this is interesting technology challenges going on my end, but everyone getting settled for the final stages of the Tana delle Tigri here in sunny Bratislava at the Banco Casino.
20 minutes.
We have 6 players here on the feature table.
Only one will be.
And the cards are in the air. Ace 10 under the gun. All in, under the gun, early position. Just hopes he's not going to come across a monster hand behind him. $1 million chips with Jack 4, 10-6. They're all going to fold these holdings here.
Really bad to bust on the first game. So close.
Studiate carte speciali, ne? Čega?
So first hand to the early aggressor with a good holding of ace 10 off suit. Only 6 players on the table, makes hands like ace 10, ace jack an awful lot stronger. than if it was a full table of 9 or 10. Of course, our streaming table, maximum 8 players, because there are only 8 boxes to read the DFID cards. I think that was a misdeal, guys. So we haven't quite had our second hand yet.
Nico, vieni. Uno come te ci può stare.
I wasn't listening, sorry. What do you have?
I had hands.
For raising now.
Abbiamo 2 posti, se
Maybe
vuoi
I have it.
portare uno.
And here is our second hand. There's our big chip leader, 8.2 million. Pair of 3s in the hijack. Blinds of 40, 80. 200k in the pot already. And a strong raise to 200k with a pair of 3s. There's a pair of 8s going to take this on. He's in the big blind. Could call to see a hand or shove with this. Both options available. I favour the shove. It's the better play against a button raise or close to a button raise. Pair of 8s. Chinese aces, we call them. Because the Chinese are very
8 million.
superstitious about the number 8. I believe it's one of the lucky numbers. So a pair of 8s. Pretty well the same as a pair of aces. And here we go.
2 million.
All in. Going to be very tricky to call this with a pair of 3s. We see the smile on seat 1's face.
No, cheap. Thank you.
Good deal.
200 euro.
I could do it without 2 million.
760. 760.
Very tricky spot for our Japanese player, Mr. Suzuki, in seat 1. He won't know it, but he's drawing very, very thin. And if he thinks he's up against ace 10, ace jack, that kind of hand, 2 high cards, he's in good shape, but we have the advantage of knowing he isn't. Tricky spot. It was a big raise. 200k was 250% raise. Didn't need to put that much in. Most players at this point are doing a 2x or 2.2, so it was a higher raise than we normally see on the feature table here at Bratislava. But of course, I haven't seen Mr. Suzuki play. Still trying to work out what to do.
You wanted to go, right?
Let's say yes.
That's good.
Me ne state.
Lampada.
Esatto.
Another pair of 3s. This time he's shoving. That way, no decisions to make. But we've got 10s in the hijack. Big shove as well. Very similar stacks, but that's from Alessio Lucia from Italy.
What here?
We're going to have 3s against 10s.
Okay. My favorite card.
And really, Mr. Suzuki from Japan drawing very, very thin here. 2 cards to hit, 12% only, and now even worse shape. Couple of chop pots with runner. No, that's no good. And we lose a player at this point. So I think we are now down to 16. We're going to probably have a short break before we redraw for the new stream table and 1 outer table. We'll be down to 16 very soon. Mr. Suzuka is now 17th, if I'm right. So he was covered by seat 2. Welcome back, everyone. We've had a redraw for the final 16. And here is our table of 8. So a player that knocked out our 17th player is in seat 1 with a healthy 1.9 million. And our chip leader is in seat 6. That's Georgiev from Bulgaria. Massive chip leader on this table. Loads of Italians, obviously, here at the Tana delle Tigri, which is an Italian promoted festival. And we have a Croatian on seat 8. And a local Slovakian, Marianne, on seat 2. So, a lot of Italians. I play a fair bit with some Italian players. We'll be playing in Milan in a couple of weeks' time, just before the Banco Masters hits us here in Bratislava. Fantastic festival, as usual, run 5-6 times a year. And that we'll see a bit later. So just getting settled now. There's our leaderboard. So Georgiev, 99 big blinds. That's a big chip lead. And then we've got a few over 20 big blinds and our 2 Slovakian players on, Slovakian and Croatian on 15 and 13 big blinds. Everyone's got a playable stack, but it starts getting tricky at the bottom end. Play one hand and lose it, and you're down to 9-10 big blinds. So great position for our chip leader. Doesn't need to do a lot to maintain his lead in seat 6.
Yeah, I'm sure. You see stars all the Oh, hey. Where have you been moving?
Everyone settled in. 8 players on this feature table and 8 on our side table. Under the gun. Ace Queen. Next hand after he doubled up. He's got a beautiful hand on the button. Ace Queen on the button. Makes a raise, a big raise. 3x, 240k. So Marianne in seat 2 from Slovakia only has 1.1 million in front of him, but is on the big blind. Quite a big raise. So it's 160 to call into 400. It's getting just over 2-1 with a suited ace. Trying to get information from his Italian neighbour. Small blind against big blind. Don't normally get these kind of premium hands, really. All in and call. Marianne could be in trouble here. First hand of this feature table. And no help for the ace-7. no split pot either, so possibility of split pot. And we lose seat to our Slovakian on his first hand on the final 16. Unlucky there, just bad timing. It's hard to put a small blind on a strung or holding as ace queen. And we are down to 15 players.
Magari tribettavo inizia. Stavolta ho dato le donne. Stavolta inizia.
And there we have our 7 players left. So we see Signor Licia move up to 39 big blinds, 3.1 million. He had 875k 2 hands ago. So before the break and the thing. So he's done very well
Ottavo, nono e
in those last 2 hands.
sai cos'è? Ha foldato di tutto prima.
Tutto il terreno che devi
Ho capito.
Vabbè sì, certo, può non credermi. Può pensare che sono un pezzo di merda. Ma non aveva pensato. Back in business, 2 times. That's all for you. Fold, raise 200.
Vabbè, abbiamo fatto un altro gradino adesso.
Abbiamo fatto l'altro gradino?
Lovely pair of kings under the guns, made a smaller raise than the previous one.
200.
And he's going to get a call by the look of it. He's on a roll, Alessio. 1-2 in a row.
Scusa. Pensavo fosse... no.
But Cecamore Giampaolo in seat 4. Sitting pretty with kings against king 5 offsuit. May know each other, both Italian. Not a good flop for king 5. Not a great flop for kings, to be honest. 2 diamonds and a connected board. He does have backdoor flush with a king of diamonds, though. And I think Alessio may well just give this up. Yeah. Shows a king. I don't know whether he'll be shown 2 kings. He was. So, yeah, slightly behind, to say the least. He picks up a nice pot there.
Le tue gialle come sono di file, da? No, dico, ma sono da... le file. No, no, sai cos'è? Perché in teoria si dovrebbero mettere da 20 per... Poi non sono così fiscali io.
Però gliene sto tu.
Oh, me l'ho inventato io le
Ma sono
regole.
fiscale abbastanza che cazzo.
Per capire.
Ora sei di grande buio.
Chip leader, not played a hand as yet. Back round to Alessio, who folds his jack 2 suited. Lorenzo in seat 3, making a move on the small blind with 3-2 suited. Now is Cecamore going to... certainly going to defend with an ace 4. They're both in the same region of low connected cards. Not a good flop for either player, but Lorenzo has the advantage of raising pre-flop, cedes that advantage. Now he has 2 clubs. This is a good time to be betting. 2 clubs against just an ace high. Plus he raised pre-flop, so this should get through. Unless Cecamore has a different view. No, well played. Nice little pot there to pick up with 3-2 suited. Any 2 cards, sometimes.
Thank you. Uno apre, uno si appoggia, pusha sto jack, chiudi e mi chiama 4 e 4.
L'avevo letto, l'avevo letto.
Porca puttana.
Quindi ti hanno visto bene, dai.
Esatto. E quindi non ho voluto neanche riguardare il tavolo, quindi non so se riguarderò questo. Dipende dalle... Però hanno fatto 80.
Chip leader now, Georgiev with a very playable Queen 9 suited under the gun, but he's run into seat 7, Luca, with an ace king. I think he's all in with 1.9 million. Not going to get looked up by many hands here. I think chip leader will fold his Queen 9 when it comes around. A pair though for seat 3. Lorenzo, who picked up hand last hand, decides to fold. I think it's the only play really, and so does our chip leader. Went to the book, that one. Nice play there by Lorenzo with the ace king. Perfect amount to be shoving with. Makes it very, very hard to call. Only pretty well 2 hands can call, maybe 3. So picks up a nice pot. And our chip leader loses 200k.
Ma adesso domani mi aspetto la mia amica russa. Andiamo giù insieme. Russa, una settimana, sta lì fino all'8 maggio. Forse ci sta vedendo.
Ciao amica russa.
Perché gli ho detto ma poi non ho più il
È
telefono.
un'amica, sì.
No, di girlfriend, se no si offende.
Ah, ok. Allora non dico.
I'm going to raise with the king 10. Chip leader may defend his big blind with an ace, and does. 570k in the pot. We're seeing a flop. Backdoor spades for the ace, and our original raiser, Alessio in seat 1. Looks like he's c-betting. Not scared at all.
So you start spending.
Chip leader trying to get some kind of read on it. Alessio has a big smile on his face most of the time, so good luck with that. Very hard to follow through when you've just got ace high. Alessio looking like he knows what he's doing. Certainly on the rise from, I think he only had 20 big blinds when we started, so he's in good shape.
Ma ero andato a Bangkok 2 volte, Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, Nord, cosa che c'è? No, comunque... No, no, quello no. No, di solito andavo a Patonga a farmi tutte le sere.
And Alessio picks up another premium hand. Ace King suited this time. Last time he did a 3x bet. What's he going to do now? Blinds 40, 80. So very similar 3x, just under 235k. At some point, he's not going to get believed. Even though chip leader was suspicious. And also Luca, they both fold there. We're going to see a bit of advertising. What do you think I have? What do you think I have? There you go. No one believes me. Ace King suited. Alessio dominating this early session on the feature table. 15 players left. 7 here on the feature table.
2,5, 3, 3,
4 blu, no 5 blu, 6 blu. Missing shutter, rimane 4 blu. Deciso di continuare il torneo.
You can see on our top right there, 15 left out of the 964. This is a 250k guaranteed tournament with 35k for the winner. Ninth place will also pick up 5,100. Very useful from only 170 buy-in. Very, very good value. This time, Alessio folds. Also folds the ace 8 in the cutoff. King 7 suited for our chip leader, Georgiev from Bulgaria. He has the chips to be able to raise, but he's up against quite a big hand of Nikola, our Croatian friend. Only has 11 big blinds. I think we'll see a shove here. Should really, with holding like King Queen suited. He's going to be in such a strong position. Yep, there he goes. I'm good at this prediction game. That bit was not hard, to be honest. And now I don't think Georgiev can call with King 7 suited, but he may feel his king is good. He's going to get a shock. Yep, he's in bad shape. 70-30. He's only 30% to win with the King 7 suited. So a good opportunity to double up for seat 8. Wow, 2 diamonds on the flop. Not and split pot possibilities with the King. That's already a split pot and diamonds on a free roll. So there we go. So 3 6s, an ace and a king. So Georgiev got very lucky there with dominated by the king queen. On the other hand, our seat 8 faded 2 diamonds and could have been knocked out at this point. So I'm sure they're both quite relieved to split that pot. Now we have our chip count. Georgiev's still a big chip leader, but gone down from over 100 blinds to 93. And our big gain on the board is seat 1 Alessio, now on 43 big blinds. Danger zone for seat 8, despite chopping that last pot, on 12 big blinds with 1 million chips. This time our chip leader has aces. I don't think it's a lovely measured raise to 200. Just 2.5x. But no one has anything to fight back with. And he shows his aces. Alessio laughs. It's almost like a bad beat when you don't get a caller with aces. So totally understand that. Georgiev will not be too happy with that. Despite splitting a pot, he probably should have lost last hand.
Meno per domani una tintarella. Arrivo abbronzato.
Esatto, se no scusa.
Sai che mo sta K8?
K8, non vuole.
quello è Viareggio.
In tutta Italia.
Ah, vabbè.
Quello è Rio de Janeiro.
Uno famoso, intendi uno famoso, no?
Quello era te.
Quello è Rio de
No,
Janeiro.
hai ragione.
Lo
Infatti mi ricordavo sta cosa. Però non so la regione.
Friuli Venezia.
E noi in Sardegna non ce lo so la Sardegna. Abbiamo visto Milano, Roma.
Nice playable ace jack here for seat 5. That's Lorenzo. We have two Lorenzos on the table. Lorenzo Riva got a healthy 2.5 million in front of him. Not going to get any calls on current form. And round to the blinds. Jack 8 no good. 9-3 no good. And a suited ace. May well want to play this. Check amore, but very solid fold there. Good fold against the ace jack.
No, Paolo. Adesso che fa, stai rubando, che rubo dal TG. Devi giocare. E io ce l'ho migliore del tuo.
Appunto per quello.
Che avevi là? Dimostra.
Non è facile, adesso stai rubando, che rubo da UTG.
Sto scherzando. Che cagata è? Rubare da TG. Oh, si può fare.
Si può fare tutto, si può fare.
Questo che è uscito il ragazzo.
Quale? Quello sempre
Maybe I'm
corto?
going there.
Sì, era ora.
I'm going there.
Siamo qui.
Yeah, I'm on the
14?
Quindi.
14.
14, proprio ora.
From 30 left with 3 blind.
13.
Sì?
Che è questo?
Oh shit.
Non lo conoscevo.
Pretty looking Queen Jack suited in the cutoff. Sure we'll see a raise. And we do. Think to 200, yep. Makes ace 4 of diamonds fold. And I think the big blind will fold his 7-5. So nice raise there with a pretty hand.
No, ma tanto
Makes the better hand fold. Probably only show one of these or none. And in fact it was none. It's not the hand you want to show both cards. Just one of them is fine. And if there's an ace jack suited or an ace queen suited or jacks, queens. But
lui quando passava tra i tavoli metteva le fiche nelle tasche, capito? Perché si sentiva in colpo.
certo.
Stanno i bici. Pucciarenza, India, Bulgaria.
Siamo sul fan.
Era andato in... No, lui da Bulgaria sta passando i bici. In vacanza.
How much? Poi stai facendo con asso 7 al sotto, sto no. Oppure coppietta. Di 8. 2-8.
Streaming na zapne ve? Na uli? A? 30 minut to noći ne počnu.
this time we've got two big hands. King Queen suit, King Queen against jacks. I think Alessio may be folding this.
Малко баса на UTB
Forse
отворих.
basta.
Yeah. Folds the King Queen. And Checkamore happy to show the jacks. He's well ahead. 6 outs for the King Queen.
Ah, so. It was for you, but about one can I raise 3-4.
E per arrivare un po'.
Spettacolo.
Sì,
Però sempre caro.
perché lui è televisivo.
Sì.
Sei televisivo te.
Celebrity.
No, a parte le cagate. Cioè,
Infatti ha messo lo streaming anche in lingua italiana.
no, ma mi traducono automaticamente.
Televideo lo fanno.
C'è Rera che traduce.
Qui sottotitoli.
Pagina 777 televideo siamo. Festival italiano.
Nicolò, anche tu puoi parlare in sardo. Non la lingua ufficiale del sardo. Dice il video che si può parlare anche in sardo.
Brianza, non c'è niente.
We can.
3-2-6.
Treviso.
No, Brianza.
64.
Ah no,
Siamo cazzo.
Picks up 200k there. 20% of his stack. Blinds are quite steep already, especially when you're around the 10-15 mark. Here's some of the upcoming tournaments. This is a couple of months away in June. The Scandinavian Open Poker Championships. All the Scandies in town. They love coming to Bratislava. Beer is about a quarter the price in Norway or Sweden. So they're very keen to come here and drink lots of beer as well as play some great value poker tournaments. This time, Lorenzo Accampagnora folds his Queen Jack. Suited ace on the button. We'll see a raise here from our chip leader. 200k. Big blind with King 6. Short stack though, Nikola from Croatia. Decides against making a move against the chip leader. Probably wise.
And then we can play blind versus blind.
Keep busting them and keep me alive and
I want to bust the big guy and everything will be calm and easy. Right, my friend? But it's you. Spending a lot.
è un minuto.
I need your stack. And the game,
need yours.
and the game will be easy. You want mine? Okay, I'll try to give it to you. 200,000.
Chip leader again raising with a variable hand in the cutoff. Queen 9.
Free flop?
Will Luca want to play his King Jack on the button? Doesn't. He folds. Very solid fold. 6-4 suited.
10-5, the best hand. All the straights.
Only
Cover.
And big blind fold. So
Only Mark.
Georgiev using his chip stack and very effectively getting through. Here's another one of our tournaments. The popular Poker SM Live from Sweden. 12th of August. So right in major summer holidays. Be very warm here in Bratislava then. Good time to come over. July, August. Very pleasant. And all the Scandies will be here drinking beer. Chickamore with an ace 10 under the gun. Makes the raise. Looks like 200 as well. Chip leader folds. No one has anything. We're around to the blinds. Small blind will definitely fold the 2-3 off. Gonna bit of Hollywood. Have a look. Yeah. And now a big blind is here. We're calling hand. Not really. 7-6. May want to play it. Certainly live, or will be live in his head. I don't think Chikamura has a loose image at all. Very solid player, solid image. We'll get respect for that raise in early position.
Sometimes it gets.
No, dico
Aces win.
che aveva gli assi? Che aveva gli assi?
The guy with
quello là.
aces, is he Italian?
Con la mano. Apro gli assi. No, prima ho piegato gli assi e gioco. Stop, non diciamo. Merda, 2-7-3. Alta finiamo lì. Io ho messo già una fiscale e rigrasso. E da lì abbiamo iniziato il D2.
Oh Luca, a non fare un cazzo un altro esperimento.
Possible raising hand here. Ace 5 suited. Still only has 12 big blinds. He's in the cutoff. Not many players to go through.
Vabbè, ho aperto una mano e basta. Che culo.
Good opportunity as any to be shoving.
Va bene.
Immagina se lavorassi in miniera. Non sarebbe uguale.
Sì, ho fatto 10 anni di
Yep,
metalmeccanico.
makes sense. Gotta hope no one wakes up with a big hand. Will Alessio call with ace 9 though? Does he know his customer? Tricky spot. Ace 9 there on the button. Two players behind him. I mean, ICM favours the fold. But if he's here to win it, he may decide that it's a good hand to play. Yep, he's in. Oh, Chikamura. He's only called though. Chikamura with 2.2 million in a real spot. Ace Jack. Thing is, he's got two players in front of him that are all in and cool. And it does make the Ace Jack look smaller, and he totally understandable fold. So we're going to see Ace 9 and Ace 5, and Chikamura will be pretty sick if he sees these hands before we see a flop. See what happens though.
Se non chiama lui.
And the Ace 9 leaps into the lead and would have been beat ahead of the Ace Jack. Ace 5 drawing pretty dead. We are going to lose our next player. Yep. So we lose seat 8. Nikola Bijatovic from Croatia fought hard, but in the end just
Vabbè, se chiamavi per...
ran out. And guess who's got more chips? Yep, it's seat 1 Alessio Licia. Doing very, very well. Big rise already from 875k to something like 4 million now, I think. Very well played.
Deve avere da fare. Sì, lui è sempre così. Non lo ascoltare, cattivo.
We have 6 players now. We may be getting a new player come in, but no, we have 12 left. So we're 4 off the final table of 8, 6 on each table. Players need to adjust slightly their ranges. The ace 9s, the ace 10s start to be a lot stronger hands 6-handed than when we're 8 or 9-handed. So hopefully the players will adjust their play. I think Alessio's call there with the ace 9 was a pretty good call. And if he hadn't called, Chikamura would have called and also won the hand with an ace jack.
Ah, Paolo.
Similar hand, ace 10. Chikamura raises from the small blind. Oh no, he just calls. That's interesting. Playing this in a unusual fashion. Slightly disguised hand. Got to hope that his opposition don't hit, and they haven't so far. Gut shot draw for Chikamura, and he's winning with the ace. But he's giving the betting advantage to Lorenzo in seat 5. And takes it down. So, fairly passive way of playing ace 10. Not a big fan of someone limping there with the small blind with ace 10. I think he should be raising. And they probably would have got it through. In this case, he just loses more chips.
le bugie che ti guardo, mi sembri il vescovo, figo. Che troia.
Gesù ci bene.
Testimoni di Gesù.
Dopo vado a fare il rosario, figo.
È vero.
Figo. Facciamo divertire i cari telespettatori.
Sì, che non ci sentono, tra l'altro.
Ah, non ci senti?
No, penso sia muto. Cioè c'è il,
No,
c'è il commentatore. Sotto ci sentiamo proprio così. Tra l'altro. Paolo.
No, ma si sente, perché ho provato a vedere quello dell'altra volta, poi a 4 left mi ero rotto i coglioni.
No, non mi è seguito.
Ma io ti ho seguito.
A 3 minuti sopra.
Tutti e 3 minuti ti ho visto.
Tutti a 3 minuti, no. Siamo veri amici.
Gli hai detto a Renzo? Gli hai detto di guardare?
No.
E ormai non puoi più.
No, non posso più, mi dispiace.
Devi dirgli, guarda, sono al tavolo televisivo, indovina, prova a vedere chi c'è.
No, porca puttana, incredibile.
Poi ti ho messo il cappello arancione per farmi riconoscere.
Sì, è vero, però sembri l'altro. Sembri me.
Ace-9 offsuit in the hijack. About 18 big blinds. Lorenzo raises. No, he goes all in. 1.4 million. It's a choice. Just got to hope no one wakes up with a big hand behind him. 2 players to go through. Small blind, big blind. Chip leader on the small blind. Very playable 6-5 suited, but he won't be calling. And has Luca got anything on the big blind? Oh, this could be trouble. This could be trouble. Ace-9 offsuit. If he calls, he's covered. Can understand the call, but he could get fairly unlucky here to meet the Ace-10 all in front of him. Plus, of course, there are split pot possibilities. Our screen says he's all in. He's not all in yet, but he is absolutely considering it. Tricky spot. So it is all in to call. It isn't called yet. No, good fold. Very good fold. And Lorenzo picks up a pot with the best hand pre-flop. There on our screens, the ever-popular Casino Masters €170 buy-in with a 250k guaranteed. That's in 2 weeks' time, middle of May. And there's a double qualification bonus. If you get 2 entries, you get 500. And if you get 3, you get 1,500. That is a bonus on top of any winnings. Really encouraging the buy-ins there. Fantastic support there by Banco Casino. Here's a nice hand. Check Amore, King Queen suited, will be raising. Chip leader calling with 10-9 suited. And I think Alessio will be coming along on the big blind with 7s. May choose to raise, but I think he'll just call. Probably the wiser option against 2 players. So nice pot already, 735k. Massive pot there for the 10-9 suited. 7s winning at the moment. King, Queen, 2 overcards, but chip leader Georgiev with the suited hand. Chikamore's hit his queen, but it's Alessio who leads out. Disguised little call there from the queen. 9-10 suited won't be going anywhere. Now up and down with the flush draw. Going to a river. 1.3 million. Who's going to take this? Queen of clubs. Full house for Checkermore. Sevens will be out of it, although it looks like he's sizing up a bet. He's an aggressive young man. Now, how does Checkermore play this? Because he won't know it, but Georgiev's hit the flush as well. Does he just flat call and hope he gets another call? Or does he raise here with the relative nuts? Got a full house. I love this. Just a call. Don't raise. Oh, no, he's going for the raise. Lovely. I love this. Oh, okay. He's gone all in with what I thought he just called. Going to be a tricky spot for our chip leader who's hit his flush. And very good fold there. Hit his hand and folded. Sevens was always behind, but great fold by Georgiev.
Dopo lo vediamo.
C'aveva le donne, ha fatto corsa. Gli alterne era già a posto.
Sai, poker di Jack capita mica solo a te, sai.
Anche quello è vero.
Alessio, non fa più Jack.
Ho la coppia in mano e non ho più nulla. Ho 7-7.
Ok? Foldi.
Forse sono buono solo al fondo.
Flop Jack per 3.
Jack 4.
Per me sì.
Pensavo adesso avessi 6.
No.
Con lui dici.
La mano precedente. Qui
Ah.
stavo 7-2, 7-4.
Sto dicendo che cazzo. Mister Patong. Albergo a Patong. A Patong.
Sì,
Però su Nana e Road.
Però senza darmi da lei perché se non già sono vecchio.
No, ma non per quello, perché vabbè, non conoscendoti, lo faccio di natura.
Non hai.
Mhm.
Quanto?
9-10.
Oh, ho sbagliato.
Che si è messo in Vabbè, magari si fa. Se ne escono due si fa sicuramente meglio. No, cavolo, bisogna essere di meno.
9?
Siamo tre.
L'ho fatto.
Raise under the gun here by a chip leader with Jack 10. He's going to get an awful lot of hands to fold. They know he dominates them. So even an ace folding there. Small blind folds as well. So under the gun raise, little smile to himself, picks up a small pot.
È da costruire a bagno.
Esatto. 38 gradi. short ace king.
How do you know this?
Come fai a sapere?
My informator.
You have here glasses, there's
2 minutes.
something in his ear.
No, I have it.
Yeah, how to play here?
I'm in the future. 2 minutes in the future.
Difficult. 5 Italians. It's
We
not
are, we are in the streaming. 15 minutes.
You play stream.
Ago.
2 minutes stream.
Yes, but 5 Italians. Italian mafia here. And Bulgarian mafia. Who will win?
Che parte? 6 minuti.
Fold.
I thought
I seen Sunny Beach.
Everyone folding around there to the chip leader on the big blind, who showed his queen 10. Small blind only had 7-4. Perfectly reasonable folds.
The numbers of the card. Maybe. 5555. 4444.
pretty normal.
The poor people. 1378.
Poor country.
Si farà da 9? No, no, credo che si farà da 8.
C'è un
L'altra
sit
volta ce l'ho
open?
fatto stare di 9.
C'è un sit open?
Yes.
No seat open.
No sit open.
No seat open. You should go there and ruin their business. Yeah.
What?
You should go there and ruin their business.
Ah, ok.
Yeah, you go there.
2 blinds.
Raised to 200 by Alessio. He's getting some opposition in seat 3. Lorenzo. Looks like he's 3-betting up to 400k. Nice strong bet with ace-8 suited. Going to be in a tricky spot for Alessio. This will tell us a lot about him. Luca, though, with an ace-9. Won't know he's ahead with it. In a much tricky spot, 2 players racing in front of him. Makes that ace-9 look a lot smaller. Alessio complaining, I think. How can you re-raise me? How dare you? You know who I am. That's a lovely re-raise. Very strong play there by Lorenzo. Getting maximum respect from the table. And the Italian boys enjoying each other's company here. 5 Italians on the table. And 1 poor Bulgarian, who is our chip leader. As we can see, 96 big blinds. And then 2 players, 3 players on very healthy big blind status, 35 to 42. Then we had 22 and 19. So again, everyone with a playable stack here. There's no short stack on the table. We're going to see a lot more action.
Io no. Io non sono in
Big
neve.
blind. Ricordatevi di quanto sono stato buono con voi. Questo è facile, GG essere buoni.
Lorenzo now with an ace-9 suited. Decides to fold. Different position. Get that one. Cut off, folds 8-6 off suit. We're around to the blinds. No, we're not even around to the blinds. Big blind just takes an uncontested pot, gets a walk, and shows an 8-5. I think most players had a better hand than that. Well, small blind only had 5-2. So, no complaints there from Alessio, seat 1.
Ammesso che te lo lasci, non lo so, assolutamente.
Ah, Lorenzo pure te di fianco.
Non te lo dire.
No, ha detto Lorenzo, che
Lorenzo,
cazzo. Mica io di buio.
Alessio?
Alessio, you too.
Del Piero.
Alessio,
Allora Alessandro.
Alessandro.
anche Alessio.
Sicuro ci sarà.
Stoichkov. Pogino.
Serbato.
The better.
Yeah. time.
Ballon d'Or.
He was good.
Stoichkov. Ballon d'Or. Registro.
Ace-9 for our chip leader in the cutoff, raises to 200. 10-9 offsuit in the big blind. Immediate fold. So chip leader picks up another pot. Well played, young man. Georgiev Skobilev. Skobilev from Bulgaria.
Super corto.
Non lo so, chiediamo a Niccolò. Nico, c'è qualche cortissimo da voi? Mi chiede Lorenzo se c'è qualcuno molto forte. Posto 1?
Ah, bene, sono contento.
E
Per
poi
lui.
10.
Bravo. Facciamo un
Allora
applauso.
600.
Ne tenevo uno.
Ora di 1000 euro. Sì, sono venuto per me.
Vabbè, sti cazzi, saltavamo un gradino ancora.
Ma che mi frega del gradino, voglio fare le zone.
No, se no inciampo.
Vabbè, se non lo salti sì.
Anche perché qua.
Sono graditi i fold, grazie.
Se posso volentieri.
Oh Luca, meno male che ho
Dubito che da
detto.
bottone dopo sto
Luca, meno male che ho detto ai miei amici di guardarmi in streaming, è uno spettacolo che stanno guardando.
Allora, io ti ho rispettato troppo per quello. Tu mi stai
Veramente, si
rispettando
sono guardati mezz'ora di.
Small blind against big blind. This time Lorenzo picks up a very playable ace-9 suited, just shoves. Doesn't want to get involved with any kind of raise and call. Shows the ace, takes it down.
Di nuovo, tutte le mani sono da qua. No, no, ti credo, ti credo. Ah, ora è vero, di nuovo.
Non anche prima. Non ho capito.
Ma poi rischiare di farti guardare, quando ti guarderò a casa, davanti sul divano. Esatto.
Ti ricordi? Che mi hai rubato.
Faccio la foto, certo. Non voglio Niccolò. Eliminate Niccolò. Tu? No. Quello che aveva tripla fatto era la doppiata.
Ieri
Quindi...
chip leader.
Esatto.
Era nato, no, ha avuto
Ah, minchia,
l'ho
due volte
visto
tripolato.
ha fatto triplo up e dopo la bolla. Praticamente chip leader.
Una roba incredibile. Asso river ha preso la doppia, io asso asso, doppia, asso river ha fatto tre. Ma l'ha amato come amato.
Immagino.
Però anche bravo,
No, sicuramente sapevo.
un bravo giocatore,
Io l'ho pensato stesso campo.
un bravo giocatore.
Ribetto, forbetto, arresti.
Ace Jack.
Sì, 3 giorni sono.
On the button, raising. Big blind, queen 8. Unlikely to call. Takes it down. Good hand there, raising, shows it. Lots of advertising on this table. I guess a lot of them are friends from maybe playing Italy together or travel together. Or I think we have about 4 Tana delle Tigris here in Bratislava. Aren't that many larger casinos in Italy. There's a couple around Milan, but they can't handle 1,000 players like we've had in this tournament. And obviously there's the EPT San Remo, that's right down almost near France. So in the main Italy, really not many suitable places to play larger poker events. So they very happily come down here to Bratislava, not too far from most parts of Italy. We've got small blind and big blind. Queen 7 suited folds in the big blind. That's 4-2. Worst hand wins the pot.
Blind jack. 50, 100, 100.
Where's everyone disappeared to? Suits 1 and 3 have gone. Just their chip stacks left. Must be a party going on I don't know about. Well, I think we need to rectify that. Tell me where the party is, guys. Quite happy to go there rather than talk to you lot.
La regia, la regia.
Why? Happy birthday.
Oh, nothing.
Today is my birthday.
Okay, I'll come.
Oh, really? 100.
If you're inviting, I'm coming. Almost on the next table. You're going there? Huh?
What?
With this long wall, you're going there. Be careful. Don't waste it.
Happy birthday.
Only Italians,
Ok, tanti auguri.
no chicks. Oh.
Oh, oh.
Chip leader not using his stack there on the button. Probably a good job. We've got an all-in on the small blind
Big present.
with an ace-6 suited
I call
from Luca.
Tell me you.
And a call with king-queen.
Yeah.
Not been shy. Alessio putting his chips in. He's won every pot he's played so far. He's behind here, but not a lot behind.
Massimo vado nell'altra sala.
We're going to lose our 12th place finisher with Luca in seat 7. Well covered by the king-queen of Alessio. Need to see a jack, king or queen. A6 still ahead. Nothing's changed.
Good host.
And A6 holds. In fact, hits a straight to the 10. And a double up there for Luca in seat 7. Nice hand for him. Alessio finally loses a pot. He'll be unused to that. Played very well so far. And 6-handed, the call with King Queen is a perfectly valid play. Very unlikely to be up and dominated by Ace King or Ace Queen. He was, 40%, something like that. A bit more, 45% when they started the hand. Okay, so double up for Luca in seat 7.
Anche a me era sembrato.
Io ho capito 900.
Io ho capito 970.
Esatto. How much? 970.
Che avevo capito?
Si è dimenticato le bianche. No, si è dimenticato una fila
No, le
di
bianche
500.
no.
No, Luca. Ed hai sentito.
No, non ho sentito.
Ha detto 970.
Che fa? Quant'è? Fa 970.
No, come ne
No,
no, ha detto 1.000.000.
Ma dopo, prima.
Dopo, quando ha contato il tuo lì,
Alla fine, certo.
Ah, sì.
Ma quando io ho chiesto quanto è?
Ah, ha contato solo le bianche.
He didn't know the stack. That's why he called.
sì,
This is
infatti,
what you're discussing.
100 puoi passare,
Aspetta,
ci
aspetta.
pensi?
He was not sure about the stack.
5 ci
Non mi
pensi?
dici no, passo. Non mi dici
Infatti io ti ho detto però.
Kamori folding his A7 in early position. Chip leader's looking interested with the Queen 9 suited. Blinds are now up to 50, 100, so we'll see at least 250, 300. 250 is the bet. Alessio on the small blind will fold any kind of hand for our big blind. Not really, and well dominated by the Queen 9. So, first pot of the new blinds, 500k, goes over to our chip leader, who increases his chip lead.
Lo rivedremo alla moviola.
No, no, vabbè, ho detto quello. Io lo so.
Io ho sentito 970.
Ho messo 1 milione, hai visto? Anzi, ho preso anche 25.
Infatti poi quando contavo ho detto minchia.
tanto costo, sì.
Ho contato le cifre anche di noi.
Non so.
Ha contato,
Lui
ha contato solo le bianche.
all'inizio sì, dopo siamo andati noi. lui ha capito che tu sei andato in Sicilia. Anziché
No, tu hai detto Orino. Scusa, no? Appunto, quindi non hai dato io Orino. Sei andato tu Orino. Se mi dici 1,6 milioni io foglio. 900.000.
Price 200.
6 passi sicuro.
Certo che
No,
posso.
che non sei matto.
800.000 adesso
Sei sempre solo, c'è sempre asso qualcosa.
cazzo.
Raise.
Racing 6.
575.
575. Keep on fold.
Ah, io scusa.
Keep
Sì,
fold.
100.
Keep fold.
Chip leader raising in the hijack. 3 betting. And a difficult spot here for the fives. And reluctantly, but correctly, lets it fold. I think poor Lorenzo in seat 5 having to fold there. Here's our next tournament. The one after the Banco Masters. Sorry, our second next is Spring Polish Poker Cup. 444. 444. Lots of fours guaranteed through the festival. I think the main event is a 250 or 300k guaranteed. Always popular, the Polish Poker Cup here. We have a winter one, summer one, a spring one for a year. Very popular. There's at least one, sometimes two. And chip leader again with a pair of tens this time in under the gun. Raises to his standard 250. Doesn't mind getting a call here or even a raise. Doesn't want to get an all-in shove because it's still a tricky spot. But Renzo's just been 3-bet off a pot. How's he going to play this? More conservative route, just calling. Suited ace. Georgiev is in position. But, that's not a good board for either player. 3 diamonds. Overpair though for Georgiev. Maybe wants to protect this against another diamond. So I think a bet is wise. 300 coming in. And this is a very bad board for ace 4 suited. Well played. Shows the tens.
Meno male, stavo per pushare.
Ti dice 20.
Keep on fold. Keep on fold. Fold. Keep for a race 250. Fold. Keep 5.
Raise on the blind with ace 9 suited. Chip leader on the big blind with king queen. Will certainly want to see a flop with this. He's out of position.
Fold.
Doesn't need to go mad against a fairly solid player. He will recognise that Cecamore will not be raising with nothing. And he's hit his ace. Not a good flop for the king-queen. We're going to see a c-bet now coming in. About 300 to 75, 300. That's the 300. And I think Georgiev may just give up his king-queen. Very nice play by both players there. Cecamore picking up a useful pot of just under $1 million.
Se apri tu fuori.
For a race, 275.
Let's turn Cecamore an even bigger pair, but he's up against chip leader with aces. This is going to be trouble. We're going to see a 4-bet coming in for sure, and I think Cecamore may be shoving. Very, very hard to fold queens here, especially against the chip leader. This is a great pot. Very exciting. $300K 3-bet. And not quite sure what Lorenzo was doing there. Now, how does Cecamore want to play this? I think he's shoving 3.2 million. He's going to get called. The queen's at risk, and he's hit a queen. Full house on the flop. What a hand for Cecamore, and what a appalling board for Georgiev, who just gives a wry smile. It's a very mature way of taking it. Neither player did anything wrong there because they both got premium hands. The chips are always going in, and a double up, a big double up. He's now our chip leader. Excellent hand there for Cecamore. He's going to get it in with queens at this point. 6-handed as well. Very strong hand. And Georgiev very unlucky there with the aces. That seems to be taking it pretty well. Hasn't shown too much emotion on that. And that is the only way of taking a bad beat like that. You've just got to fight back from position. But he's now down to half of his starting stack on this table. Here we see our new chip leader, Cecamore, 6.5 million. Gianpaolo Cecamore. I should get his first name right. Gianpaolo now, chip leader, and Georgiev dropped down to 55 big blinds. He started with double, but and has played very well so far. Did nothing wrong there with the aces. Just standard cold deck, and the 12% hit immediately on the flop. Let's balance the table off though a fair bit. Lots more poker to play. 12 left.
C'è problema. Quindi non c'è problema.
Ci paghi il...
No, perché c'è stato il tifo, capito?
Sì, sì, sì,
È stato per quello.
Quello penso l'abbiamo capito.
ma l'ho sentito sul...
È per quello che è riuscito a uscire dalla dama. Che ha fatto uscire noi.
Quanto ci impiegate a darle?
Solo pesetti e fighe.
Siete
La
fortunati.
più alta?
Asso.
Ah no, dai, quella è
Sei.
dove? Non era avanti.
5 6. 5 picche e 6 cuori.
Allora ero avanti. Con 8-3.
Sono stato generosissimo.
Infatti.
In realtà volevo eliminarti. Sei proprio ben semplice.
Ti ho risparmiato.
Però ti ho risparmiato. È stato di buon cuore. Florman. Florman. Can I table? 9 or 8? 9.
9?
No.
Ma non lo fa qua.
Sì, no, lo fa qui.
Sì, sì.
Un po' mette una persona in più qui o lì, solitamente no. Me and you. Come the kick. Me and you. Good.
Dai, offro io, dai.
Yes.
Anche se
Ah
devo...
no, 100, scusa, io sono fermo 80.
Potevo aprire.
Sì.
Esatto.
Allora farò 100.
2 to a flop. Up and down for the 5-4 of Alessio.
Devi pensare.
And ace 4, and the up and down has hit. Alessio
La mano.
has the
No.
straight,
Sì,
trying to get value out of it. Ace 4 maybe calling here. No. 5-4 wins. Having fun there with the worst hand hitting the nuts.
Volevo aprire.
Abbiamo detto del connector stasera. Ti giuro, dopo la iniziale ho visto forse una persona del Dama 5. Dama 5, Dama 5. Potete vederla in diretta stream. Sto desiderando una cosa.
Sì.
Perché è estenuante sta.
Sì, fai fold.
Raise 250.
Raise 250. Hit 7 fold. Hit 1 fold. Hit 7 fold.
Raised to 250 from Georgiev with a king 10 suited. And I don't think we will see. Oh, we are seeing a defense. New chip leader defending with a computer hand. Queen 7. Neither player hit. At the original raiser, Georgiev will follow through. C bets for 200. Immediate fold. Getting respect there from his opponent, who he doubled up a couple of hands ago.
Vedo una chiave. Te una su 3.
Io va su 30.
Te altre statistiche secondo me. Fold. Hit 6. Hit 7 fold. Anzi, cos'hai fatto poker di jack hai fatto?
Quello è strano davvero.
Hit 1 raise 230. 240?
30.
230. Sì, è ingiocabile.
Sì, ci pensiamo. due figurine, due semifigure.
Che cazzo sono due
Vuol dire le
semifigure?
Il 10 è una figura.
Due semifigure cosa sono?
Due semi di
È
girasole.
una roba di Picasso, tipo. Cazzo sono due è una roba astratta.
Bravo. Vedi,
Due semifigure di una camera.
sembrava una dama, in realtà era un 8.
No, figa, c'ho una carta buona. E
Non vedevo aprire.
no, ci penso perché metto 200.000 di bui, ci penso un attimo. Però.
Sì, ma l'ante non ci dovete mai pensare che è un buio.
No,
L'ante è ante.
ho capito, ma non è che...
Tutti che mi dicono sempre, non è tuo, l'ante è tutto.
Aspetta, tu faccio mettere a terra.
Io lo metto quando lo metto.
Visto che il
L'ante di
Cioè,
tutti,
mi
sembra
piace,
di quelle frasi.
mi piace quella spiegazione.
Both small blind and big blind with diamond draws. Queen 8 against the 4-2. The 4 is hit. The 8's got a gut shot. Sorry, no, they haven't hit. 5-7-6. So up and down for Georgiev, and the gut shot for his neighbour, who decides to fold. Tricky spot for Lorenzo, and tricky position with the chip, well, the ex-chip leader, equal chip leader now on his left. Change of dealer.
600.000 e lui ha fatto solo quel col mazzo, cioè ce n'aveva ancora un 250.
Chi è questo?
Tavolo 1 lì. Però penso non sia accorto di...
Che sei rimasto?
No,
No,
si
era
è
convinto
accorto.
l'altro fosse già lì.
Penso che sia. Pensava che ne erano.
L'aveva risparmiato così.
Sì, l'ha risparmiato. Infatti dopo è stato guarda quanto tempo che mai.
Non gli ha dato penalità.
No,
No, perché è palese che non sa cosa.
no, non ho dato niente.
Raise all in.
All in from Alessio with the ace queen, takes it down. Six-handed, very strong hand, shows it. A lot of advertising on this table. A lot of Italian friends.
Messo durante. È tua?
È di tutti quella, eh?
Sì.
Capito? Allora, è di tutti.
Bravo.
No.
Lovely hand here for Lorenzo. Pair of kings. Raises to 250k under the gun. Small blind, button fold. And the big blind. Maybe interested with an ace-4. Folds, but shows his hand, and I don't think he got the pleasure of seeing the kings.
Paolo, raccontaci le tue emozioni a questo punto del gioco. Niente, sbatto il cazzo. Se vinco va bene, se perdo va bene.
Ha già vinto. Tecnicamente abbiamo già vinto.
Sì,
E beh,
già da
6
ieri
migliaia
sera.
di giocatori, siamo qua. In 12. Spero di non uscire ottavo come la settimana scorsa.
Tiri pass.
Lorenzo, tu sei uscito decimo settimana scorsa.
Mm.
E Lorenzo in realtà siamo in collisione perché uno
Perché?
ci aiutano ad arrivare in fondo.
No, non ho capito.
Al solito.
Secondo me chissà cosa.
Ecco.
È confusione. È il sole.
Io sono un confusionario. Anche un confuso.
È il sole, è il sole.
Check.
Che ore sono, Paolo?
10:40.
Faccio proprio la cognizione del tempo io. Però no, c'abbiamo i telefoni là.
Devi aprire, poi sono 2-3.
È il mio ante, non è di tutti, è il mio.
È il tuo?
Sì.
Allora io non lo so. Ok Lorenzo. Che lo vuole perché è convinto che sia il suo.
Secondo me c'è un altro che è convinto che sia suo.
Ha anche ragione. Era.
Non era su, mamma mia. Che faccetta che sembrava.
Ma anche la sua di faccetta.
Ma le carte sono maledette.
Ha girato quel 4 che mi sembrava.
Come ti ha fatto il colpo?
Eh.
È per dire sei
Sì.
sopra.
Mamma mia, sono quello già.
Sì.
Chip. George Jeffreys with the fours and an all in with the sevens. May well get called. It's only 1.8 million. He will feel he's getting value, but in fact, Georgiev makes a solid fold with the fours. Good play by both players.
Io non posso più eliminare nessuno, quindi ci avete pensare voi. No, dico come sta. Uno potrebbe, ora in tavola non c'è nessuno che sciotti. Forse non è.
Io ce l'ho meno.
Io sono uno.
Vi lascio il vostro anno.
Poi ce ne milioni.
No, non ce l'ho.
Scusa, quelle sono le 30, penso, almeno.
Ho 2,5.
Quindi evidentemente sì, 2 milioni.
Non ci arrivo.
Quante ne hai, Paolo?
7 milioni. 7.000 chips patatine.
Quelli game base.
Perché Dani, quante ne hai? Lasciami sto buio.
Ciao.
Che devo andare a trovare.
No, ma perché c'era la mia ante, capito?
Esatto.
No, Paolo Generoso.
Cavolo. Vedi tutte le chips che devo fare questi giorni, da ieri a oggi. Non ti ho mai vinto una mano.
2 anni che ci siamo scontrati.
2 dove ne abbiamo messe tante? In tutte e 3. Apro e tu.
Ragazzi, non litighiamo, mi raccomando. Che bravi. C'è gente che vi guardano anche i bambini, io ve lo dico.
No, non posso guardare.
Non siamo ancora in fascia protetta.
Vabbè. Vi state i minori scritto. Per le cioccate orrende.
E l'altra volta sì che era vietato i minori. Quando sono uscito io,
Vabbè, quel tavolino
ho tirato un bestemmione che finì.
Sì.
E mi sono preso a bad beat 10 left.
Io rivedo.
Andavo a 4 milioni e mezzo, sono ancora qua.
Vabbè, sei andato al blackjack.
Poi contro di lui non c'ho mai un cazzo.
Dopo un periodo un po' triste, mi hai dato qualche gioia.
Sì, ormai aspetto qualcosa di buono, cazzo devo andare, mamma.
Tana delle Tigri.
L'altra volta erano 10 left. Quando con Asso K 1 milione e 8 mi chiama quel coglione là di una stria col maledetto. Un K donna.
Maledetto.
Gli esce la donna Tarn
Ti
e vado
ascolta,
fuori.
ti ascolta.
Sei un coglione. L'ho visto ieri che è andato a premi.
Austriaco maledetto.
Volevo dirgli, tu 99esimo devi arrivare adesso. Invece no.
Ah, l'ho visto.
Sempre più brutto.
No, povero.
Sì, no, invece.
Un bravo uomo,
Stava già per morire.
anche se...
Ma gli allungo la vita.
Tagliate questo pezzo.
Lo faccio per allungargli la vita, sì.
Mandate la pubblicità.
È una tigre che dice...
No, keep it bully.
Ecco perché forse mi racconta quello perché perché era un paio là.
No, lo stavo mettendo a posto adesso, dai.
Perché Alessio non è un polemico. Se c'era qualcun altro, minchia, eravamo ancora lì.
Ma ne chiami il menu?
Sì, ma non 1.600.000.
Ma che lo sai, lui dice che è 900.
Però
Se c'era qualcun altro,
Fa un casino.
se guardi,
eravamo ancora lì.
Lo so,
se guardi solo le bianche erano 1.000, 1.000.000, sono quelle. Cioè si vedevano quelle.
magari mi avrebbero fatto mettere le 900.000 e le 700 me le
No, dipende se hai già fatto showdown o meno.
scusa,
Vabbè, parliamo dopo.
e lui non mi ha fatto comprare.
Pair of nines now for Lorenzo in the cutoff. Will be raising. He's going to work out whether he shoves or not. He's got 1.8 million, 18 big blinds. It's an all-in shove. Takes away like hands like Queen Jack, King 10. None of them are going to call. So it's a reasonable play with a pair. If you do get a call from an ace king or an ace queen, you're still ahead. And only a bigger pair will call you, really. So solid bet there with the nines. 6 players left, but only 5 sitting at the table at the moment.
Se non avevi fatto lo showdown ancora, potevi chiedere la revisione della tua parola, capito? Se hai già fatto showdown non lo so.
Ma devi farlo mettere lo stesso, sì.
Scusa no.
Sì, ma se uno no, dipende. Si avvicina, se per dire ti dice 1.310.000, poi è 1.300.000.
Ragazzi, siete corretti, fondate tutti.
Lì.
Risolven, 6 pass, 7 pass. No, maybe not.
Maybe?
No.
Maybe not.
Ho criticato quello settimana scorsa che ha chiamato un 4-4. Fold.
Se 4-4 sono contento.
Fold.
E ormai ha capito lui. E che non mando con jack 2.
No, ma non è quello da foldare 4-4. Se gli va bene se lo conflitto.
Lo so. Sono io big blind.
No, io sono...
Sì. Vabbè, ma cos'è? Sta cagando, non so. Per avere un'urgenza così.
Anche un cazzo di... 8 pass, 6 pass. Finalmente potrò riprendere un po'.
Not a lot of action at the moment on this feature table. Banco Casino, the Tana delle Tigri, but Jack 10's enough for Alessio to be raising on the button. Played a lot of poker so far and takes it down. Will not be showing that, or maybe one. No, he's showing both. Not a great habit to show all your hands, my friend. The odd one or two is good, but not everyone.
Uscito?
9-9 su 10, 10 per. Sì, perché c'è un pass. Guarda, li ha presi tutti.
Che cosa?
Non è vero, il mio mono.
Cazzo, l'unica volta che... Ho capito perché è andato via, perché sicuramente c'ha tipo 8-8, io 9-9 sicuro.
No, perché c'è una famiglia che non hanno mangiato perché si mettono
Small blind with Jack 9 suited. But a nice ace 10 on the big blind. We'll look to raise here, I think. Tricky spot for chip leader Cecamore. Nice strong raise on the big blind. He's played his strong hands pretty well so far. Excellent.
Only one? Two is not good enough, so only one is nothing. You remember?
No.
Il dai 1 163, il dai 2 1 No, mi ha stato 16 ore, una follia.
Il giocatore del
10 minuti.
Seduti, si aspetta.
Ma almeno sei le maniche foldate. E dopo ti guardi sulla lideretta.
Eravamo ancora seduti a 2005. C'è dato il bullo, la mia arte, che non mi dice che è la mia.
Ma sicuro c'ha la coppia di 8, sicuro. Te lo dico io, avevi coppia di
Perché
8.
avresti vinto sulle 9?
Io ho avuto 2 volte di fila i 9. 2 volte di fila ho avuto i 9. Perché viene dalla Brianza. Sono così brianzoli.
Quanti pochi non sì.
La prossima volta sul buio mi te la trappo. L'unica volta che ho un asso farei 300.
Nice hand brewing here between the 10s and the king queen suited. Just a call. Interesting play. So we've got a 1.4 million pot. Georgiev with the king queen. Lorenzo with the 10s. Queen has hit, but he may worry about the ace.
Vabbè sì, un back to back così tutte e due.
Doesn't look too worried. He's betting into it,
400.
but a fairly conservative 400k. Is Lorenzo going to see weakness and pounce, or will he put him on an ace? But he did 3-bet pre-flop. I think he may need to let these 10s go.
Ce l'ho ancora qua.
He won't necessarily put him on a queen, but I think he'll put him on an ace. Not a good flop for 10s. I think I'd have favoured shoving there, even if he gets called. Probably calling out a position with 10s is, it's very, very hard to play back unless you hit your set or you're the top pair. Tricky spot, but he may just have to let this go. He'll lose 600k, I think. I think it's 575 to Georgiev, who will increase his stack and I think become chip leader after this pot. Yeah, no choice really. Unlucky.
Ecco, io 150 a casino me li sono fatti, dai.
Come?
150 euro a casino li ho fatti.
Sì, li ho buttati. Li ho buttati per 10. Non mettere quota ancora. Quanto abbiamo? 3.000?
4,5.
4,5? Vedi. Perché io guardo solo i primi due?
10 undicesimo 4.500.
Tre passi. 4 passi. Just raise 250. 7 pass.
Pair of sevens here on the button. Alessio wants to see a hand with the Jack 9. He doesn't know it, but he's pretty well 50-50 with the sevens. He's hit second pair. Can Georgiev C-bet take him off this? Doesn't look like it. Small C-bet 300 flat call. He's out of position, but he's hit second pair. He's not folding yet. And he's certainly not folding now. Will he play it cute and do a nice check? Oh, that's not great play. Shoving all in when he's got the virtual nuts. He's given Georgiev a let-off there, I think. A cleverer play may have been a check and then a raise, check raise. If Georgiev puts in about 500-600k, he may not be able to fold. Well, wasn't a great flop for sevens anyway, to be honest. Even an ace and 2 nines would be winning. He's called the raise, going to have something. He's just trying to weigh up whether Alessio is bluffing him. We know he's not. This could be a big misstep if he calls here. He's getting 2-1 with his hand. That is only a 6% equity. Needs one of the 2 sevens left in the pack to win. Although he may feel he is ahead. It's a slightly strange shove with hitting the 9. It's a little bit unorthodox. A more subtle play would have been either a small bet or a check. Small bet might induce the call or the raise from Georgiev. He's so strong with the Jack 9 and 2 nines on board. So certainly taking his time though on this one.
I don't have ace. Actually, I don't have ace. No. Good luck.
I have a good kicker.
And in the end, I think a sensible fold.
But it's a nice hand.
Ma è scuro, sì.
It's a nice hand. It's a bluff.
Anche
But
per
we'll see later.
Ha chiamato la pallottola di Tana delle Tigri. Sì. Io non sono più pazzo, vedi?
If you were on the other table, I would go just to see what you had.
No,
But now I can see it later.
E se alla,
Is that fold?
diretta
course
c'è,
it is. I don't have
c'è
ace.
su qualcos'altro,
I don't have
visto
ace.
che
With
si è
ace, I
sbagliato il
call.
video.
No,
Anch'io sono convinto di quello.
no,
believe me.
ti assicuro io.
Sì, lo so anch'io.
Che dite? Che ho fatto tu dici che sono stato molto coraggioso, lui dice
Sì, è coraggioso.
sono pieno.
Ace 10
Coraggioso
under the gun by Checkamore. Raises to 220.
sì.
Forse neanche prima non te assolutamente.
Che colori ha?
Te l'ho detto.
Abbiamo capito.
Okay, nice. There was still chance for my full house.
Next one.
Va bene, se vuoi.
No, no.
Ovvio se ti cerca lui per sparare di nuovo. È buono adesso.
Sì, poi cerchi di posare.
C'è il sapore. No, no, ti dico quando ho visto non vedere, guarda. Ma prima tu. Io volevo fare troppo. Però dico, volevo farmi il colpo, se secco.
Action here. Raise to 260 with the ace 5 by Georgiev. He's not going to call this. He knows Checkamore will have a proper hand. Lovely push with the jacks there. Solid poker. Takes down a nice pot.
I don't want to lose second time with aces. I folded aces.
Good fold. Good fold.
Oh, it's a good move, sir. Max Valve.
Però non voglio perdere ancora con gli asili a good fold. Capito?
Sì che ho capito. Ero tutto a posto.
Cazzo. Questa sì che è una grande risposta.
Non gli piaceva infatti.
Quella è una grande risposta. Perché ti ha fatto faccetta prima.
Lorenzo making a play here on the button with 7-4 suited. I like this. Adventurous poker. Buddy's up against kings. This is a troubled spot. Other Lorenzo. We've got two Lorenzos here. Seat 3 and seat 5. Lorenzo in seat 5 working out how to play this. Probably won't get called if he shoves. But he is all in. It's a fair enough hand with kings, and Lorenzo may have to put a halt to his adventurous play. It's a nice play. Good attempt, but he is folding.
Che è successo? Niente.
Sono andato lì.
Ho fatto io, ma
Apri tu push. Sul tuo
E prima sono andato io in oliva.
sul tuo grande.
mi ha fatto push push.
Cioè, quando vai via succede un casino.
Lui era perso.
Vi sentite liberi di fare il matto?
Ho fatto push push.
Quello
Adesso lo faccio io.
Push push.
O picche che stanno male oggi.
Ho fatto push push. Sì, bravo, dai.
3 raise 275.
Stavolta chiamo.
This time, a proper hand for Lorenzo. Queens making the same size raise. I like this. Hoping that... Oh, snap call with the Queen 7. Georgioff in a bad position. Queen 7 against Queens. And he's hit his 7. Could get in trouble here. Only a million behind for Lorenzo. He won't like the ace though. Check. And all in. But he's going to be putting him on an ace, so we'll fold that.
Recuperato il raise di prima.
No, dammi, non è che... Stavolta basta. Perdono 2 milioni, comunque.
Next level? 61 with 20.
rispetto.
Oh, happy birthday.
Oh, te c'è 100 anni oggi. Capito Alessio?
Più anche sweet.
Alessio, c'è 100 anni oggi, te lo sai. Bisogna fare happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Il prossimo è il 101.
Mi hai fatto qualche lustro oggi.
Happy birthday to you. Qui dietro c'è un bar.
Sono i vicini.
Ace 4 on the button raises to 240k. Alessio, small blind, will not be calling with his hand. Big blind also folds the 5-3. Simple pot.
Yeah.
7 of spades.
No, dalla faccia non ha paura,
Spia rossa.
No, spia blu.
Alessio going for another dodgy raise on the button with 6-2 suited. But he does know that people have to have hands in the blinds to call.
2-6.
No, 2-6. La dico così.
It's an ace.
Picks up 250k there.
Ace of diamonds.
No, I'm joking. Show to them. 3 of diamonds. It's
Three of
strange.
them.
Who is marking?
See,
3 of
marking
diamonds.
card.
You're
Important
marking
card.
those small cards. Strado?
Ultima mano.
Possiamo andare a
We need a break.
Beh, direi
un
che
rifreschino.
ce la siamo meritata.
15 minuti, dai.
2 ore, 2 ore e 5 giocatori. No,
2 ore?
5 giocatori sto tirando.
Ora è anche normale. Non è normale quando è in bolla.
No,
perché hanno
3
fatto
subito.
sto tavolo qua. Si fanno tavolo normale.
Ma poi ti rendi conto? Ma ne sono usciti più qua che negli aspettati.
250.
Ci ne ho eliminato
Tu devi...
3 o 4 per tutti. Sto il giapponese, l'altro ragazzo lì. Altrimenti non sto io. Ok.
Uguali. Possiamo prenderci i 3, sì.
We are in break.
It's good, my friend, before the break. Play card.
Now I see your cards.
Welcome back, everyone. And we have a new feature table. 5 players we haven't seen before. 1 big chip leader by the look of it. So we're down to 11 players, 6 that were on the previous feature table, and 5 on this table. We've got 82 big blinds through to 2 shorter stacks. Degrassi with 12 big blinds and very short stack with only 7 big blinds. So our chip leaders in seat 6. Jacks though for our chip leader. That's Noah Alem from France. Makes a raise. Blinds are now up to 61.20. Strong raise. I need a good hand to call with, and gets that through. So 5 new players, 11 left. 11 left on this final day of the Tana delle Tigri Italian-focused event here at Banco Casino Bratislava. 964 starters and 250,000 in the pot. All in there by seat 3, Daniel Degrassi with the King Jack, and gets it through. So we have 2 Italians in seats 3 and 7. We have Slovakian local player Matesh in seat 1 with 2.8 million. Seat 3, Daniel Degrassi from Italy, 1.5 million. Our chip leader, our short stack in seat 5 from Poland. Ace King now under the gun for Luciano Messina. Will be raising. It's a relatively conservative raise. I think it's 240. Noah thinking about it in the big blind with King 6 and wisely folds. Degrassi pushing his 1.5 million across the line with King Jack offsuit in the cutoff. This is our very short stack now, 600k. Only 5 big blinds with 10-3 offsuit. Decides against it. And Queen 9 folds in the small blind. Has Luciano picked anything up in the big blind? Not really. can see on our screens, as well as the great value poker tournaments we have here. You can even win over 100,000 euros every month in jackpots on the machines. There are always draws going on. Fantastic service of very good coffees, teas, etc. Fantastic place to play poker. Our short stack Peter just not getting any hands at the moment, down to 5 big blinds. Noah raising on the button with Jack 10. Martej 7-5 suited. Very playable hand, wants to see a flop. And it's a good flop for the Jack 10 and not a good flop for the 7-5. I think this will go check, bet, fold. Noah thinking about what size bet to make. 680 in the pot. Doesn't really matter what size against 7-5 suited on that flop. Quite a nice raising hand for a chip leader in the cutoff. May well get action from the short stack. Giano folding his ace. And Degrassi in the big blind folding. There's our chip counts. 1 player deep in the danger zone and 2 players under 20 big blinds. Noah, Frenchman, dominating this short-handed feature table of 5 players. 11 left. Working towards a final table of 8. And then we will see our champion pick up 35,000 euros. First place prize. Very tidy for such a small investment. Finally, it's that time to shove with the 9-8 against ace-3. 60-40, he's got a chance, but needs to spike an 8 or a 9. Up and down straight draw for our short stack at risk, but the ace-3 is leading. 10 no good. Needs to hit a queen, a 7, an 8 or a 9. And we lose Polish Pietro Roboshinsky in 11th place. Probably need to balance up the tables with 6 on the other table, unless we lose a player at a similar time now, but we're down to 4 on this feature table. Looks like we're just waiting for a player to be brought across by the tournament director. Just a slight halt in proceedings. You can see on the top right, 10 players left, 5 on each table. We are playing down to a final table of 8, and then we'll have a redraw for seats and play out till we get a winner. Chip stack coming in. Will have been one of the players we saw earlier in the previous 2 hours. Won't play this hand though. Can't come in on the small blind. It's interesting. And it is, I think it's Luciano that's come across. No, Luca, that was Luca. Was in seat 7. Now coming into our feature table, coming back to our feature table. In fact, he can come in on the small blind because he was already playing. But if it was a new player coming in, he couldn't. So slight variation of the rules there. And we have a raise for the ace queen by our chip leader, Noah from France. Is Luca going to call with an ace-7 his first hand? Makes up the raise from the big blind. Only costing him 130 into 500. Neither player's hit. Backdoor flush draw for Noah with the ace-queen. Oh, Luca's still sorting his chips out. Both hit an ace. This could be trouble for Luca. Looking like to check call here. Almost certainly will call the 225. Noah now trying to work out best way of playing this hand. His ace-queen is ahead, but he may not feel too confident with it. Doesn't really need to be betting here unless he's super confident of being in the lead. Could be behind against ace-9, ace-7 even. Ace-jack, a lot of hands he's losing to. But obviously does feel confident. He may even get a call. I think that's 390. Call without showing his hand. So nice pot there for Noah. Chip leader increases his stack. Now we're in the small blind, looking to put pressure on the big blind with 4-3 suited, using his stack effectively. And may get very little opposition here with 7-8 offsuit. Tricky to come back with this hand, unless he's picked up something. Luciano, seat 7, makes the call. He is in position. How's Noah going to play if he misses? Well, he just doesn't miss. He's up and down with a flush draw against the 7-8. What a flop for a raise with the 3-4 suited. He hits the world. What a flop. Wow, can do nothing here with the 7-8 offsuit. Great raise, and then hits an absolutely stunning flop. Pair of sixes for the shortest stack. Pushes with the sixes under the gun. So fair enough play. Here's 12 big blinds, but Noah with the ace-10. Almost certainly going to call here. Not a big part of his stack. Two players behind him, but he's not going to be too worried about them. Wow. I'm surprised by that. I thought he might be calling with the ace-10. No one else is going to. Shame about his position there, really. Now we're looking to make a play here with the 9-5 suited. He really is bullying with his stack. Not sure whether the other players on the table will know that or not. I certainly know he's playing quite a few hands. I don't necessarily know how wide his range has been. 3-2 suited, 9-5 suited, etc. Nice poker.
C7 fold. C1 fold. C3 all in.
This time, Mr. Degrassi has the aces on the button. He's hoping to get a call. He may well get a call with King Jack offsuit. Nope. Very disciplined poker from Noah, making the fold with a decent hand. Unlucky that Degrassi didn't get a double up there with his aces.
Fold.
And to Noah on the small blind. This time he has the 7-8 offsuit that he got called with when he raised with the 3-4 off 3-4 suited. However, Luciano may not be calling with the Jack 3 suited, so Noah picks up another pot, moving up steadily and impressively.
Fold. C5 fold. Yes. 250.
This time Noah raising with the Jack 5 suited, but Luciano has quite a big hand, 5-handed, and is pushing all in. He will not be getting a call. Noah's got quite a few of these through so far, but this time I think he will just fold. Yep. All went to book, that one. Luciano, Noah, been very sensible when he is up against what looks like strong plays or strong hands, but is also trying to take advantage by using his stack effectively. It's a good poker all round. Good lesson in using your stack to put pressure on the other players. Then when someone comes back at you, you tend to know they have a strong hand and can easily fold.
C5 fold.
Small blind, Matej from Slovakia, 2.4 million, checking on his partner, his neighbour's stack. Getting an exact count by the look of it. About 1.5, I think. All in and a call. So a little misstep here for Matej, unless he hits. He is 30%. It's probably slightly more actually, but the graphics tell us he's 30%. Ace King suited against 9-6 suited. What kind of flop? It's not a bad flop. 8-8-10. At least he's up and down. Increases his equity. All black for the Ace King. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A straight. Ace King drawing dead now. De Grassi is out. So he makes the move with 9-6 suited. Gets slapped by Ace King. And a very big pot there for our local hero. We have lost a player on our feature table. And I'm just hearing in my headset that we may have lost a player on the other table. In which case, we will...
triste.
Infelice.
È infelice, guarda che occhio.
Ce n'è uno a casa che non vuole vedere.
Arriva. Arriva. E vabbè. E vabbè. No, ancora di più.
Dai. Fai forza.
Waiting for the match. In the event tournament spoil. Non possibile. Ragazzi, good luck e complimenti. Ma sono lì pronti. The telephone here. Možemo tu ne nastupiti. Da? Adesso vieni a fare la foto. Bello. Vieni Stoichkov. He had the kings he had. Да. Нет. Я понимаю.
Ты понимаешь?
Ты понимаешь?
Понимаешь?
Я понимаю.
What about the phone? Can I talk on the phone while playing?
Here.
Io pensavo in realtà a lui.
Ma come si sta? In piedi o seduti?
E a mezza altezza. Ah, tu sei qua, io sono qua. Io volevo le tue
Sì,
chips.
seduti. Però sembriamo un coro, sembriamo.
Quello dell'Antonio.
Dove играем саму премиум?
Non ho capito.
Ok, is okay,
Happy
right?
birthday. Vabbè, aspettavo che...
Cosa dobbiamo fare?
Credo una foto, un'immagine.
Sti cazzi. C'è mai sudato.
Take it easy, my
Sei
friend.
emozionato?
Ma va. Tanto sei sempre qua, no? Andiamo sempre a premi ormai. Back to back come fa. Non devo neanche venire, sei sempre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you.
How many Italians here? Everybody?
No, qua no.
Oh, French.
For?
Guardate tutti qua. For me?
No, for what? Non ho capito.
Guarda la camera, fa una foto, sorridi. Se riesci.
Ma è... Oh, perdi la navetta si faccio tutte le foto.
Tanti esco male in tutti.
Io c'ho l'aereo domani sera, dovrei farci.
Prima delle foto.
Però da Bergamo.
Moram snimky
Devo tornare a casa e ripartire, ragazzi.
Beh, se prendi il primo puoi anche rinviare di un giorno. Che
L'ha
cazzo
fatto
che
per
ti
pochi
frega,
di Teleweb, sì.
Ma c'è la ragazza che arriva 10 minuti prima di me, abbiamo preso gli aerei apposta. Sì, vabbè, sti cari, porto il
Tigri per
tigrotto.
tutti.
Tigri.
Tigri, tiger.
In Bulgarian is the same. Tigr.
Tigro.
Tigre.
E Pumba. Pumba è
Давай,
Che
Tigre.
Pumba? Pumba
Pumba è
è...
timone. Pumba è un cinghiale. Però è amico di Tigro.
dell'altro tavolo. Chi è che è uscito? Sei?
Non lo so.
È quello col cappello, quello bravo.
Abbiamo 26 milioni.
Ma era corto.
No, non c'eri te.
Welcome back to the final table here at Banco Casino. The Tana delle Tigri. We are down to 8 players.
Back in business.
How much you play? I need to know how much I can double up.
No, io...
Chip leader is in seat 8, Alain from France with 12 million. Then we have Gianpaolo Ciccamore in seat 5, the older Italian, on 5.5 million. Alessio up to 4.7 with that final big pot. And Matej in seat 7 on 4.3. Then we've got a few players between 2 and 4 million in seats 1 to 4. Lots of action still to come here. 35,000 up top. And our 8th place finisher will receive 5,800 euros. So our next place finisher, 5,800 euros.
Prima di tutto, adesso mica volevi fare un saluto alle tue spasimanti.
He was talking today before.
Yeah.
And now we are on the
Tra
final.
cui
See?
Ilari Blasi. Belen Rodriguez.
Le liscia girls.
Le Ligine. So vediamo, race 250. Awesome pass. Una pass.
Matez raising under the gun with a very pretty Jack 10 suited. Lorenzo folds. However, Luciano has a king queen on the button. Is he going to just call? Well, that surprises me. Didn't factor in the raise. I thought he'd be calling or raising. Didn't factor in the fold. Ace 2 folds, and even Alessio, one of our more active players, folds the queen 4. So respect there for the Slovakian. We have a Bulgarian in seat 1, a Slovakian in seat 7, a French chip leader in seat 8, and 5 Italians.
Questa è la mia felpa della fortuna. È che è la mia felpa preferita.
Sullo schermo a fianco lì non c'è più.
Ma ci stava il live.
No, ma sono tutta a salire da là.
Il ginocchio, il polso.
Arrivi all'8 che...
Quando giocavo a calcio non mi sono mai fatto male.
Giocando a poker ti spacchi.
Faccio le caviglie da piccoletto. Si mi ha dato il ciccione.
Luca, seat 2, with the kings, races to 300. 2.5x. Needs to find someone with a hand. Alessio with another bad queen. Folds. Matesh folds his 10-7. Very disciplined fold on the big blind. So no action there for the kings.
Quanto ci sta salendo? 2000?
Sto bello fare il dealer con quelle carte di belle dure. Figa.
La tua base del bellaggio. Io la passo.
Ma mi piacciono un po' tutti. L'aria, il
Sì,
villaggio.
sicuramente questo.
Durante le uscite c'è il villaggio, c'è il mondo.
Immagino. Race 350. Second pass.
Big race. Big one.
Big one on pass. Draw pass. 3 pass. Stevie pass. Non giochi più. Aspetta.
Matt Henge on the button with the 10-9.
Siamo fino a quella parte.
Oh, adesso si è durato più dell'altra volta.
Raises to 250.
L'altra volta
Chip leader Noah. 7-3 offsuit.
no, di tempo qua.
Can't think he's going to want to get involved with this.
Oggi sei già,
That may feel
no, ma l'ho
Voglio
vista.
durare
weakness.
almeno 2 mani, invece ne durate una.
And
Beh, ha fatto un
Georgiev, who started this final day as a big chip leader,
4-4.
has to fold as well.
Poi faceva tanto il professore. Vabbè, non è che era scemo, però.
Vabbè, sì, se
Ha
chiami
giocato.
con 4-4 lì, sì.
Non ha fatto una bella giocata, però non era un bravo giocatore.
Rispetto alla media.
Poi rispetto a quello che ho visto sto torneo qua,
No, vabbè,
e
peggio
uno
ieri.
era.
No, peggio l'altro, dai.
No, io questo proprio.
Qua la struttura ti permette anche di non far cagare. Cioè, guarda che stiamo giocando
Sì,
con 30, oltre 30 buti in media.
sì.
3 pass.
Pair of 9s here for Gianpaolo. Second in chips when we started this final table. Must have a solid reputation from those that have played with him already. Blinds to get through. However, Georgiev with a 9-5 suited wants to have a look. Totally understandable. And Luca will fold his queen 4. So we've got ace-9 suited against 9s. Georgiev, the player at risk. Gone from something like 8.5 million down to 2. Very good flop for 9s. So it looks like a strong bet into 860. 500, very big bet. And 2 overcards. Georgiev doesn't want to fight. Nice hand there for Gianpaolo.
Le zanzare. Sì, sì, no, lui mi rompe il cazzo.
Sono famoso.
Sì, 40. Ti ripasso.
Around to the blinds. Luca with 5-2 fold, so big blind gets a walk. And then he had a good hand as well. That's pretty bad luck. Noah will raise here with the Queen Jack offsuit in the hijack. Georgiev looking like he wants a fight, but not with an 8-2 offsuit. Luca folds. However, we have 10s in the big blind. That is not folding. How's he going to play this? Luciano has 2.4 million. That's 20 big blinds. Probably be shoving here. And now it's a tricky spot for Noah to call. Probably be folding this fairly quickly, I think. Not going to be ahead of a lot of hands. So nice play there.
Mosquitos, mosquitos. Ask the autumn.
Slovakian Matej with the Cowboys, pair of jacks. In seat 7 raises to 240k, 250. Just over the 2x. Luca's not calling. Oh, it's Luciano. Round to Gianpaolo with an ace queen. We could see some action here. Interesting. Just calls out of position. I like that. Not getting too involved. Wants to see a flop. He's hit his queen. Not a good flop for jacks. Looks like he'll be check calling if there's a bet. 2 jacks. That will give Gianpaolo confidence that his ace queen is winning. But he's checked and allowing Matej to bet. Small bet. Matej looking for a jack and a jack alone. Ace queen now. 2 big pairs. That's a strange check there. Not quite sure why he's checked the river there, but he did. I don't think he'd have got called, but strange check.
Poi magari mi trovo una bomba.
Got a tight fold there. Chip leader, ace-7 suited, but we are still 8-handed. If we were down to 4 or 5, that would be a much stronger holding, and he's very early position, so tends to use his chip stack in late position, which is always a better way. Big blind picks up the pot.
Segnalo poi, esatto.
Io lo segno.
Hai segnato? Te lo riporto scastinato. Poi ci vediamo all'altro torneo. Adesso che turno ci sono, ma devo restare un po' in sala.
Malta ci deve essere qualcosa.
Non sono mai andato, ma.
Neanch'io.
Però non in Spagna, a Barcellona.
Beh, Barcellona è stupendo. Quando c'è l'estrella
Ringhio sicuramente al resto ci sono dei milioni di
ma là non c'è vacanza.
no. Ah, ok, sì.
Cioè così.
Stesso gioco. Cioè.
Raise here with a 5-4. Matej calling with 2s. Didn't want to get too busy. Small blind, big blind. 2's still ahead, but he will not know that. Problem with playing 2s is any cards on the flop are dangerous cards, especially with a player like our Italian friend on his next door seat, Alessio. Definitely one of the more aggressive players on show so far on this final day. Up on our board is the Polish Spring Cup. Comes hot and quick after the Banco Masters in May, so end of May, Polish Cup, 444,444, festival guarantee.
Cricket fantasia magari.
Easy fold there for Luca with the Jack-8 suited. Try and stretch it out a bit. But right play there with the Ace-King suited.
Stavo facendo come te, dicevo dove ce l'ho il telefono? Fanculo.
Io prima un attimo di sbandamento.
Io adesso ho detto, non mi sento più il telefono. Panico generale.
Lorenzo thinking of another play, this time without a premium hand. Just a raise to 250 with a 7-6. Looking to up his aggression ratio. Pre-flop is VPIP, as it's called online. What's Alessio picked up here? Picked up any weakness? Still folding. And Matej folds on the button. Noah has an ace, but it's a bad one. And makes a fold. Ace Jack, we're going to see a shove here. Easy shove with the Ace Jack, and I think we're going to see a fairly easy fold from Lorenzo when it goes round. Asking for a count, but I don't think he has any intention of calling. Mate tried to make a play in early position, and someone woke up with a big hand. As expected. Nice pick up there for Georgiev from Bulgaria. Started this day as chip leader and fighting for his life. Well, at least fighting to ladder up from, I think he's about 6th at the moment. There's the Banco Masters up on our screen. €170 buy-in with a 250k guaranteed. Amazing value coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
Ah sì, sì. Dopo
Il prossimo
no,
140
140 ancora.
Ma mi pare ci sempre 160. Dico di prima, no, sempre siamo a 5.
Georgiev now with a pair of 10s on the small blind, gets it in. Big blind does have a hand that he could call with, a 7. Not a great hand to call with. You're not beating a lot. Need to spike an ace to knock out Georgiev. Does cover him though. 3.5 million to 2.5. think I favour the fold here. It's not the best hand to risk the majority of chips on. Although Georgiev's raise could be wide, there's a lot of hands ahead of A7 that he will be pushing with. Yeah, sensible choice, and we move on.
Ah, ecco perché ci sentiva. Il microfono. Sei l'unico che non è apparso al tavolo finale, al tavolo televisivo. Sorry.
Matez raising with Queen 9 suited. Will get a fair amount of respect. Hasn't been too active. But Georgiev with a King 9. Very suspicious of the raise. And folds. Had the by far the better hand pre-flop. But 9-6 suited for the big blind. May want to have a look at a flop. Not costing him a lot. 130 to call. Into 550. He's getting 4-1 on his money. But in the end decides to fold. Noah raising's 250, but we can't see his hand at the moment. King 9 suited on the button. Well, very playable hand, but again, decides to fold. Oh, we know that Gianpaolo will call with a proper hand, and he has a proper hand. He'll be doing more than calling with an ace-queen suited. Last time he just called, slow played it, and picked up a good pot. He's making the same choice here. So he's out of position. He's hit top pair with top kicker. Should be good. Likes to slow play. He's checking, letting Noah do all the work. Just flat calling the 200. Pot now up to 1 million. Not many scare cards for the ace-queen. In fact, that increases his equity. He's got nut flush draw now as well as top pair. Is Noah going to slow down? Might have seen how he played the other hand. He's not. He's making about a half pot bet. Now, how's Gianpaolo going to play this? Is he going to raise at this point? Try and get the value into the pot? Doesn't mind a diamonds. Not many cards he's going to worry about. He shouldn't be going too ballistic on this. Can just milk this down. Yeah, I like the call here. Very nice. He's disguising the strength of his hand, and that will give some confidence to Noah, unless he's sitting on a set of threes or a set of sixes. Ace Queen now for Gianpaolo. I think we'll see a check call again. Can't be frightened of the King 10, really. 2.3 million in the pot. Noah getting a third bullet out. We can't see his hands, so we don't know whether he's doing this for value or if he's having a bluff because he's missed completely with a pair of nines or something. Sure, he had a decent hand pre-flop. And immediate call. Let's see what he's got. King 5 suited. So absolutely nothing, and would have got buried if he hit his flush. So Noah going to lose a lot of respect on the table with everyone seeing his hand, and Gianpaolo picks up a very, very big pot. Might be one of the largest pots of the night so far, just by passively milking with a very good hand. So although Noah is still our chip leader, he is now joined by Gianpaolo, both with 75 big blinds. Then we have quite a few on 20 plus, so lots and lots of play still on this final table.
Paolo, hai mangiato le noccioline di Super Pippo te, eh?
No, è la birra di Alessio.
C'è i superpoteri, oh. Super Paolo.
Pensa che si riesce qua, da quanto bene sta.
Ho capito.
Ho capito.
Ho capito.
For the table? 2 million, 2 million.
La volata.
Noah back in the action, raising with the Queen Jack. Wow, we could have a big pot here because Luciano has pushed with Ace Queen suited for 2.6 million. Blinds are 71.40. Pair of tens for Gianpaolo. Got to remember that he's got Noah behind him with a big stack as well. If he flat calls, he's at risk of Noah going all in. Or he can protect his hand by pushing. It's a tricky spot in the middle. He's got a big pair. Lets it go though, because of the position he was in. And Noah folds as well. So nice pot there for Luciano in seat 4.
Paolo, ti sei emozionato?
Sei emozionato?
Hai messo poi una mano strana.
Cos'era un gol? Cioè di questo stai facendo un gol. Non al mio, prima che faccio sessione.
Sì, prima stai chiamando.
Un po'.
Devo chiamare.
Poi certo.
Cosa vedi?
Coppia.
Già. Un po' sotto.
Figa. Chi è che chiama?
Beh, avevi già che 10 euro.
È uguale.
Capiamo.
Luca now in seat 2 with a raising hand of King Jack suited. He's raised and folded a couple of times though. He won't want to be doing that too many more times. 315. Just over the 2 big blind mark. 2.3. Alessio not really had any hands to speak of on this final table as yet. And everyone folds. Giano 3.2 million. 22 big blinds. Got an ace-9 suited in the hijack. Raise coming in. $280,000, 2.0x. Alessio's dry spell continues. Matej will fold the 5-2. And Noah on the big blind fold. So awful lot of hands going to the initial raiser at the moment. Not a lot of poker being played. Everyone has playable stacks, 20 blinds upwards. But a little bit stalemate at the moment. Pair of fives in the small blind. May want to put pressure here. Georgiev with fives. Maybe a good play against a queen six. Oh, it's just a call. Not sure about that. Just allows a free card, and he's hit top pair. So as opposed to a raise that may have taken the queen six out, Luca on the big blind has hit top pair. And I think it's just giving chips away there. Georgiev, not the best play with a pair in the small blind.
Che è successo? Niente. Sono arrivato. Poi quando le partite?
Martedì
Io dovevo partire stamattina alle 5, ma rimarrò ancora un po'. Tu sei qui? Sì.
Luca raising with the ace-10 in the small blind. This is the right way of playing it, I think, because it takes random hands like queen three out of it. So, nice pot there for Luca. Took two in a row.
Omaha.
Ti piace? Allora domani si gioca qua.
Alessio finally picking up a hand, raising with the sevens. Matic, I think, re-raising with the jack-10 suited, putting maximum pressure on. This could be an interesting hand, depending on how Alessio wants to play it. It's raised to 1,000,000. Matic confidently betting Here's Jack 10 suited. Alessio, though, not afraid to put chips in. Calls. We have 2.4 million in the pot. Alessio is out of position, which gives Matej a huge advantage in this, even if he misses. Any high cards and he can represent them. King 10, he's even hit second pair. He's not going to be folding. Bad flop for Alessio. Unless he feels he can go all in or make a big enough bet to take Matej off it. I think Matej will be probably betting this and hope he's not raised. Maybe a half pot. Oh, wow, check behind. It's a very interesting play. Queen gives up and down, not flush draw, and third pair to Matej. Improves his hand. Is Alessio going to try and steal this away, though? This would not be the best time. May try a bet here, because sevens is not going to win on showdown. He may not have a choice but to bet. Here we go. It'll need to be a significant amount. Matej doesn't like it. 1 million bet. Now Alessio not liking what he's seeing. Matej getting the money ready. What's he going to do if Alessio bombs the river, though? Without a flush or a straight. Wow, this is a really good hand. Flop the pot now, 4.4 million. Alessio has one play left, really. Hasn't hit. And he's decided to close down. He's shot up shop. Matej doesn't really need to bet this. Not many advantages in betting. Because if he gets raised, if he bets, I don't know, 700,000-800,000 to try and get a value bet, yeah, just check. And Alessio sees the bad news. That's a lovely hand and a big pot for Matej.
Scende da una di picche, l'unica carta che riesco a stare dentro il colpo. So.
Matej on the roll, raising with a Queen Jack suited. Looks like he's getting a call. Luca with the sixes. Now Luciano with the Jack 10. Does he want to get involved on a button? He does not. Small blind will fold. Luciano with a 5-4. However, ace 10 could be in business. 229 on board. Good flop for the sixes. And he's recognising that and looking at leading here. Matej immediately folds his sixes. So, sorry, his queen jack. So, two pairs wins. Matej getting slightly out of line on the small blind with a raise for the king 3, called by Noah's ace 6. However, the king has hit the flop. King 8-8 flop. Matej will not be moving too far away from this one. Oh, interesting play. Varying up his play. Check, check. Got to think his king is good here, but still checking. Allowing Noah to have a stab at it. I presume he's doing this to get some value from the pot. 320. A reluctant looking call. Needs to avoid an ace. And that does avoid an ace. It could be check, check here. Or check, bet, call. There's no value in Matej betting. And Noah will just check behind. He had a go and closed down. So decent pot there for Matej, who's on the up.
Strong cazzo.
Aspetta la pausa. Grazie.
Twice in a row. No, I was good. Good call.
You have kings.
No aces.
Raising with the ace 5 there in the hijack.
Me le sono tornato.
Running low now, only has less than 20 big blinds. So I guess he's looking to get busy now. Alessio, he's not had a great run of cards. Loves showing his cards and just shows the ace this time. Tej now raising with the Queen 7 suited, varying up his play. No one's got much of a hand to resist at the moment, neither the small nor the big blind. So getting his raises through, he's up to 7 million now. Big jump from where he was at the beginning of this final table. Possible action here. Matej raising with a pair of sixes. Luca with an ace-jack. How's he want to play it? He's on the button in position. Looks like we're going to see a 3-bet. Nope, just a call. Taking the more conservative option. Luciano with an ace-10 suited. He may feel like this is a great opportunity to pick up a pot without any opposition. He's staring down Luca. All in announced. This is a lovely play with ace-10 suited. No, I think he just called. That's me. I'm sorry. He just called. So ace-jack and ace-10 ahead here with a pair of kings on board. Oh, sorry, behind the pair of sixes, but it's going to be very hard for Matej to know he's ahead unless he hits a 6. So all checking round. I thought he pushed all in. 3 hearts there for Luca with a nut flush draw. Luca 2 overcards and the nut flush draw. Does Matej want to be betting here? He's very, very passive in terms of his play. Luca may want to have a little pop here because of the draw, and he does. 300,000, ace-10 will fold. And then Matej has a decision to make. I think Luciano, if he'd have raised there, he would have got it through. Matej slow played a hand against the chip leader Noah to very good effect. And he's calling this one as well. Alarm bells should be ringing in Luca unless he hits. He does not hit. That's a good card for the sixes. If he was ahead. Also, the ace may feel that it's playing with the 2 pairs, the kings and 3s. So it's a pretty good card all round for Matej, depending on how Luca plays this. He's checked it. Luca honestly may feel his ace is ahead here. But if he makes a 500-600k, no, he's checked for value. And sixes take this pot. Another pot for Matej. Very well played. Local Slovakian is giving these Italians a bit of a poker lesson.
I sleep.
Me too.
Dovete eliminare.
Tesoro.
Non avete fatto a tenerlo in vita.
Avete fatto puttanate poi o
No, no.
andava così?
Altri palazzate, altri palazzate.
Adesso è quello peggiore.
E poi tutte mani di merda.
E poi quello,
Vabbè, oh, sì.
Cioè, con me è venuto 10, ora col 2-6.
quello più importante è stato 9 left quando è uscito in contemporanea.
È quello con Paolino.
No, 7 me l'ha giocato.
Con la scala nata.
Guardi qui.
Questo è?
Lui il triplo l'ha fatto, tra l'altro fa scala da 10.
Sì, sì, non sapevo che fosse basso.
E poi quelli.
Nice matchup brewing here. Ace Jack suited against nines. Matech been very active recently, raising with the Ace Jack under the gun. But nines belonging to short stack. Shoving all in. Totally understandable.
Vediamo un po' se sei contento. Siamo Lorenzo.
Lorenzo all in with the nines. And I'm pretty sure Matej will call here with the Ace Jack suited. We will see.
Becca sto cambio. Poi flip, dai. Vieni.
Yep. And we have a matchup 4 million pot. Ace 3-3. The ace takes the lead. No help for the nine. And we lose our 8th place finisher.
Buona Thailandia.
Grazie.
Cazzo, ti diverti più di noi. Grande.
Sì,
Fatti sentire. Manda qualche foto.
va bene, va bene.
Poi ti mando anche la mia col tigrone.
Io c'ho il tigrottino.
Vabbè. Ci avrà foto pure qua.
Certo, sto coin flip non serve.
Peccato. Poi proprio la prima. Distruggere moralmente.
Non do fatto
Marzo,
niente. Vabbè, oh. Raga, che vedevo lì. Buona fortuna.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao ragazzi.
We are down to 7 players here at the final. Tana delle Tigri in Bratislava.
Make money for you guys.
What a run.
Huh?
Your run is good.
But when you watch the stream, you see my hands.
Yeah, we see the 5,800 for Luciano. 3 players around the 20 big blind, a little bit of room for Luca, and then 3 of our bigger chip leaders.
Mio Dio.
Check.
Nice chance.
King 8 against Queen Jack. Neither player has hit the flop. But Alessio, the more aggressive player, is betting. He's seen Matej call an awful lot. Macho's not going anywhere with the Queen Jack at the moment. Makes a raise to 450. And Alessio passes the chips over. That was very nicely done. Good sportsmanship there. Comes over as a very pleasant, fun poker player. Do like the way he's played.
Se non per rubare proprio, spudoratamente.
Gianpaolo waking up again with ace queen. He's had ace queen about 5 times on this final table. Raising in the cutoff to 310. Noah with a hand he can call with. King 10 on the big blind. Wants to see a flop. 830k in the flop in the pot already. Who's going to hit? Both is the answer. Ace queen, top pair. And Noah has hit the King 10. Certainly make one call. See how... unless he puts... Yeah, he's put him on an ace. And seen him play too many of them, I think. A nice fold. There's our prize pool. Our 7th place finisher, the next one out, will get a very handy 6,750. And then we step up to 35,000 for the winner. If the last 3 made a deal, there would be about 70,000. They'd have to hold 10% back. And that would give them 63. So they would get a guaranteed 20,000 each, more than second place, if they were to do a kind of equal chop. Although nowadays most people do deals using ICM as the calculation. I do love the deal part of a process when I'm at the final few in a tournament. It's always fun to try and negotiate a better deal than you might ordinarily. Kings now. Finally, Alessio has a proper hand. I think it's the first one he's had. So he's going to look to raise about 350, I think. $310. Needs a caller, though. Noah in the small blind. He's going to rely on the big blind, but he has not got a calling hand, so what a waste there. Poor Alessio waits all day for a decent hand and then gets no action when he has one. Almost like a bad beat.
You can win it. No chance.
Later.
King Jack ahead at the moment. Ace 10 with the gut shot draw. Will Georgiev make a bet here? I think he should. Yep, 400,000, about half the pot. Wow. Calling with the ace 10, gut shot draw, needs to see a king, maybe an ace. 9 is no good. Oh, yes, it is. Wow, it's got a straight. Queen Jack 10 9. He has picked up a straight. He had a double gut shot draw there. Very lovely river. May well get paid. 500k. Georgiev not going to be happy about this either way. He's going to fold or Georgiev. He got pretty unlucky. The flush is made, the straight is made, and he's being bet into. Very hard to call this. And if he does call, he's going to be pretty short. We're going to see the bad news. Yep, there it is. And Gianpaolo picks up another pot. Very solid player. Played very well so far. On the button now with a pair of sevens, all in with 1.2 million. May well get a call from one or both of Luca and Matej. So Luca's folded. Matej, a fairly easy call, I think, with ace 9. We will see. And it's cool. So we have a race, sevens against ace 9. Georgiev, who's gone the wrong direction this final table, getting it all in with a pair of sevens. So 2.7 million in the pot. Avoided the ace or the 9 so far. 7's still winning. He's up and got his coat, extra 10% there. Still winning. 6 outs for Matej. And that isn't one of them. So double up. Georgiev now with an ace queen in the cutoff. 2 good hands in a row, making the raise. Luca will not be calling with Jack 4. Now we're on to the blinds. Luciano with King 2 offsuit. And 10-6 on the big blind will also fold.
Sì, sì, in bilaterale. Certo, devi chiamare. 100 quello stacchi tu? Anche perché sai scendere. Prendi già il gioco. E l'hai preso. La tua? No. Scherzi. Tutto sei. Incredibile, forse questa non va. Ok, ora vedo. Face.
Call on the small blind with the Jack 7 suited. And a raise by Alessio, who just does spot weakness very well. Picks up a small pot with no danger. Good play.
Questo così. Oh, guarda, non ho mai. A me le cose danno fastidio. Questo terrore desidero ogni volta. Sì. Ma sarà il caldo. Sarà che stiamo giocando. E anche che siamo tutti. Sì, troppo vicini. Che compressi. Ti dico che sinistra. Siamo cattivi.
Noah raising with a king, Jack suited under the gun. Alessio on the small blind. Just Matesh in the big blind with an 8-6 suited. May want to see a flop with this. Very pretty hand. Suited connector in the middle and a suited connector towards the top. Who's going to hit this flop? Well, I'm pretty sure that is the 8-6 of hearts. Got a gut shot draw and a flush draw against 2 overcards. But Noah will not be giving him many free cards. However, Matesh milked him for a good 4 or 5 million before. And Noah has to be careful. Could be doing the same. Now he's massive. He's up and down and gut shot and flush draw. Yeah, this time Noah wisely checks. Now, in fact, the King Jack is winning, so the only way Matej can win this is by betting. Possibly representing the ace, although he may feel Noah has the ace, in which case he will just check. Yeah. Nice bet there. It was actually a bluff representing the ace, but he was winning with the king. So, interesting hand.
50? No, 15. Okay.
Vabbè, sì, mettiamo 50 minuti di pausa dei due. Lo facciamo in notturna, poi domani mattina.
Breakfast.
Raised to 330 with jacks. Knows his ace-2 is not going to be good against this particular player. Looks like we're about to go into a break, people. Everyone's getting up to leave the table. I think we're going into a 15-minute break. We will see you when we're back.
Nie chcę, nie naboje masz i
Sì, ho visto.
Okay, then we will continue with white. It is 160 big blind. 160 and the Russia problem here.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final 7 here in Bratislava at the Banco Casino, the Tana delle Tigri Italian focused tournament. The leaders chopped and changed a bit. Our chip leader went right down and was all in the hand before the break and doubled up. Now we have one of our chip leaders, Noah, on seat 8 with an ace queen, making a raise. Blinds now 80, 160, just over a 2x raise from our French friend. Luca may well be interested here with a 10-9 suited, and is. We got ace queen offsuit against 10-9 suited. We see a flop. Top pair, top kicker for Noah. And not a lot to write home about for Luca. A nice small enticing bet there. Just 300. Luca not going to be at the end of that fishing pole. Nice hand, Noah.
Ogni volta che entriamo al casino ne esciamo puzzolenti.
Cioè, non ci viene.
Sì, esatto.
L'unica cosa negativa è queste cose qua.
Esatto. Anche a me non piace quello.
No.
Perché per il resto sono molto simpatici, tranquilli, accoglienti.
Sì, sì. Ma sto ci viene.
Nice ace king there. Takes down the pot without any opposition. Lovely pair of aces here. Raising, hoping that someone has got a hand to call with. And Matej pretty unlucky there. Big smile on his face. Shows the aces. I think that most people recognise that smile, and they all are very grateful they didn't have a hand. Matej been playing very well and making the most from his hands, but got to get a caller when you get that kind of hand. Unlucky. Matej with another good hand. He's getting them thick and fast at the moment. 325k. Noah raising to 330 with the ace 10. Luciano folding small aces. He's not been sucked in with any of these kind of hands so far. Around to the blinds. Alessio folds. Noah. No, Matej with the 9-8 of suit in the big blind. Right next to the razor. Wants to have a look, can afford to. Not a good flop for anyone. Probably the original razor here. Noah may make a move. He's hit his ace now, doesn't need to. He's going to know he's ahead. Be a small bet coming in, 300 or 400. Yeah, immediate fold. Well done. Both players.
Not you.
Strano.
Touch on the small blind with Queen 10 against Noah's 9-5. Neither player hit. The Queen is winning with a gut shot draw and takes it down. Poker is fairly slow at the moment. Everyone got more than playable stacks, so I think we're going to be here for a while, guys. Who do you want to win? Who are you voting for on the stream? I'm sure you've all got friends playing. Quite a lot of Italian comments on the stream, so I know that our remaining Italians have got a lot of support. There are 4 of them.
Change deck.
Noah now with a real hand on the button. Pair of Cowboys makes it 330. Just over 2x. 4-3 suited does not want to have a go. And I think Luca will fold his 5-4 offsuit. He may call because he knows he's pretty live with it, but it would not be a plus EV call.
Mi sa. No, anche più tardi, non c'è problema.
Ace King this time instead of the usual Ace Queen. for Gianpaolo. Raises to 335. And everyone knows he's only been raising with big hands, so they're folding the mid aces without even thinking. Luciano, however, different kind of hand, 10-7 suited, but he's been very solid. And an easy pot there for Gianpaolo.
Cola light, Pepsi Max. No, thanks.
And a call on the small blind. But Giancarlo has kings in the big blind. He will raise. Doesn't want to see a raggy ace hit a flop at this point. Although Luciano really has nothing. And will almost certainly fold his queen 8 against a player with a very strong table image. Yep, there we go. Is he going to show the kings? Don't think he did. Going to have an interesting matchup here with Luciano. Ace Jack on the button, been raised by Matic with the Ace Queen under the gun. May well push here with the Ace Jack. But he's been playing pretty solid. He may just feel it's not good enough. 7-handed though. Wow, he does fold. That's an incredibly good fold. A very tight fold, but oh, and a pair of 7s now. We could have some action here. So Gianpaolo with 7s. Matic. Makajak from Slovakia, our local player. Ace King. And we've even got Alessio in with his King 2. Good flop for 7s. No, King 2 did fold. I apologise. That touch 3 betting. We all know how Gianpaolo plays. He doesn't like to lead. Just calling with the 7s there. Is Matic going to slow down now? He does check. And that's a tick box for the sevens. Gonna value bet it. I think my touch may be folding here. Very hard to call with an ace queen here. Well played, Gianpaolo. Noah, ace-9 suited under the gun, making a raise. 10-5 folding. Luca with an ace-king. Going to be re-raising. I think he's going to be shoving. Yeah. He only has 2.3 million. Just about 20 big blinds. Sorry, nowhere near 20. About 15 big blinds. And queens now. Oh, dear. He's not going to be folding this. I think Noah will get out the way with his ace-9. He should get a heads-up situation between ace-king and queens. Yep, all in announced. Good chance for Luca to double up, though. Needs to, with only 2.3 million. Everyone else will just fold. Good chance for the shorter stack to ladder up if Luca gets knocked out. Classic race, ace-king against queens. We know one ace is out already. Just needs to hit one of those high cards. And there's the king with the ace of spades. So the flush draw is his as well. Pretty well game over. 2 queens in the pack. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There's a queen. I think there's going to be a spade on the end. I've just got a feeling this one is one of those hands. Wow! A spade on the end. I really didn't know that. That was absolutely wonderful hand. Went all ways. Wow. Excellent hand there. What a hand.
Un millino perché sputargli sopra.
Oltre un millino, altre dinamiche. Comunque. Colpo.
Sì,
Regolarissimo.
sì.
Move here being made with a 7-6 offsuit on the button. Looking to make some plays though. Needs to get chips So this could well work out. Picks up the blinds. Nice hand. Alessio making as many plays as he can in position.
Come ci sarà giorno tutti felici. Io sì. Vabbè. Ti farete anche contro di me
Che
con la
avevo le spades.
Esatto. E cavolo, sì, il flop decisamente ti avvantaggia.
Vabbè.
Lui resta con 2 auto, ne prende una e non basta.
Ah, va bene. Senza rimpianti.
Alessio raising with ace jack offsuit in the hijack. Getting more active. Blinds to get through. Luca certainly has a hand he can call with here. King jack offsuit. Does he want to raise though? Does he recognise that? No, he decides not to play it at all. Alessio getting away with a bit. Probably showing the ace again. You can see our payouts there on the screen. 6,750 for our next place finisher. Up to 35,000 for the win.
E 3. 2,5. Presto.
Per me è l'ora di uscire. Ora farò.
No,
No, resto ancora. Resto.
Not an awful lot of action for me to report on at the moment, guys. It seems to be Texas Fold'em. Because no one's under massive pressure on their stack sizes, just makes the game a little less active. This time Luciano coming out of his box and pushing in with an ace-2. Will he get called? 1.5 million. King Queen's pretty strong hand. May end up doubling him up though. Wants to count. Not many hands he's dominated by. Ace Queen or Ace King, that's about it. Ruling out kings or aces. So much more likely to have a small pair or a bad ace, which is what he's got. Doesn't have to call. Nope, he folds.
Figurati 1,500,000. Più di uno la fa.
Ma io le ho detto. Vabbè, lo mollo meno facilmente. Ecco qua.
Alessio with another premium hand when no one comes with him. He's really been quite unlucky with the way he's got his good hands when no one's coming, and an awful lot of kind of poor hands through this final table. He's going to be feeling that a bit. He needs to get rid of it and just play his best game. Good raising hand here on the button. King, Queen suited. Will certainly get respect. Not that Alessio does respect too much, and he does have a pair. It's out of position though. How does he want to play it? Wow, he doesn't want to play it. Interesting decision. Not quite sure, but it's a reasonable fold if you're looking to ladder. Matej in the small blind with aces. May make a raise, but he definitely wants a call. Is it a min raise? No, it's quite a big raise. They go against queens. And this could be a car crash, guys. Small blind, big blind, aces and queens. Significant 3-bet coming in. Matej. Lots of facial expressions. If he's going to 4-bet, well, he might give away the strength of his hand. Or is he just going to shove? Yep, shoved and call. Oh, it's not a hand that Noah wanted to see. He was our chip leader for quite a long time on this table, or second in chips. We have an all-in situation. Aces against queens. Queens at risk. They won last time. Straight draws coming into play as well. Or will our local Slovakian win the largest pot of the day? 16 million. Just 2 queens at stake. 6% for our Frenchman. And he does not hit. Matej wins a big, big pot there and is now a massive chip leader. And we lose our 6th place finisher. Played very well, Noah, but just wrong hand at the wrong time, I think. That's all we can say about that one. Car crash hand, aces against queens in the blinds.
The tournament is closed.
Qui giochiamo per il secondo posto, signore?
Sì.
No, vabbè.
Vabbè, se sa...
Il secondo lo diamo a lui.
La medaglia di bronzo. Ah, sta qua.
For me, no. One.
Mi sa che devi stare a tirare fuori le 500 milioni.
Attenzione, abbiamo il chip leader.
Sì.
Forse.
Lo strachip leader.
Blind wall, assi, dame.
No.
E 2 li avevo. Ora 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, 14, 15, 16. Ora
Per quanto
17.
possa aggredire,
Erano
c'è sempre
pari.
la minima possibilità e poi
Sì.
Assi
si
e
giocano
dame.
tanti soldi. Primo contro secondo.
E poi non sei anche se con uno stacker.
Mi pare sto.
300, 1 milione,
Sì, sono troppo
all-in,
corti,
call. 7 milioni. 300.000, 1 milione da Madama. All in, call.
It's only big blind.
Ace 9 suited for Alessio. Doesn't need encouragement to raise here.
I am about to believe what I have some feeling like that. I should get out of this.
I'm saying I'm not going to get him a chips in because you want me to. I'll just pass, thank you very much. Alessio picks up the pot.
No, ma se ne è reso conto dove
Ok, I sit here.
6 milioni. Quanto aveva?
Erano per che pari, 8 milioni e mezzo a testa.
8 sono tanti.
E guarda, uno su
Quando abbiamo dato lì, secondo me gli aveva dato a K per forza.
ma quello volì, quello deve foldare donna donna, ma non per altro, ma non
Per lo stacker che hai?
hai messo fantasticamente.
Now guys, I made you 2 page ramps.
Thank you, my
So I'm friend of yours. But I first place or nothing.
Alessio with a premium hand now, 5-handed, ace queen suited. Going to be raising again. Has a loose image, but has been raising with them. And an ace jack suited, immediate call, snap call by Matej.
play now, Olen.
Does Luca want to come in with a 10-7? Probably not. So we've got massively dominating hand of ace queen. Has hit the queen as well, hit top pair. And betting it. Yeah, just folds.
I escaped my bad destiny like from this.
I raise all.
Io obiettivamente, lui obiettivamente è corto. Il posto 1 è corto.
Sì, no, era soprattutto. Hai detto tu. Salì io lui, non è che.
Vabbè, tu
Che a premio ci siamo già.
Perfectní moment.
Hai una 2 da 1000.
Doyle.
E adesso devo pagare.
Да, то есть What's the next price? Next is 7,800. Who wants 7?
No, you want 7,000.
You want 7,000?
No, no.
No?
No.
I can make
I
it.
want 35.
You want 35?
Yeah.
I can make it and you 7,000.
I win 35.
Okay, okay.
Unless you're having fun on the table, raising with premium hands and less premium like he's doing now with the ace-5. Although he's not going to get too much opposition from 8-7 and queen 2. Luciano got any kind of hand in the big blind? Just the kings. And an all-in with the 1.5 million. So he has 9 big blinds. It's going to be a call with the ace-5. Not going to be happy to see the kings. Needs to see an ace though. We could lose. The player at risk is Luciano with the kings. And 3.6 million in the pot. We could lose our 6th place finisher here, as there is a player at risk. Just a little ace in the hole. Not yet. Good flop for the kings. Alessio deserves an ace. He's been a great player on this final table. Oh, there it is. I should go in the prediction game, not the commentary game. Look at that. Oh, wow. Kings loses to ace-5 suited. And he's played very solid, Luciano. Very clear player. Doesn't get sucked in with mid cards or bad aces. Played very well. But if it's your day, it's your day. And Alessio picks up a lovely pot. And we are down to 5 players. Amazing. Had 7 for a long time. And bish, bash, bosh. 2 players out in 10 minutes. There is our leaderboard. So Matic now, the big chip leader, over 100 big blinds. But a lot of opposition behind him with only seat 1, our original chip leader, Georgiev, on 9 big blinds.
Non mi sono mica comportato. No, ma.
Hai fatto anche la doppia?
No, sì,
Chip leader raising with 8s and taking it down.
Ma ero tranquillissimo, mi sentivo di aver vinto, non so perché.
Quindi 5, 9.000.
Non so più quanto vincevo. 9.003, non 9.000. Stiamo andando bene.
Questo weekend di paura.
Io sono arrivato a mezzanotte avanti. No, mezzanotte. Ho giocato giusto il torneo da 10 minuti e poi a casa.
Luca raising on the cutoff, well, the equivalent of the button with ace-5. So an ace-5 win the last one. May get opposition with queen-jack suited. I don't know how Gianpaolo likes this hand, but we are calling. So we have at least one caller from the ace-5 raise, and probably just the one Alessio gets out of the way. So queen-jack suited against ace-5. Can Gianpaolo spike a queen or a jack? Well, he's hit 2 hearts, and we have ace-5 top pair with a straight draw. This is a car crash hand. We could see a player out, or we could see a player double up here. This could be a big pot. That's how he wants to play it. Probably just call from his previous plays. Yep. Doesn't seem to like to raise at any point. Now the 5 still ahead with the gut shot draw against any queen, any jack, or any heart on the river. Luca going to put the pressure on. $600K going into 1.9 million. And at the moment, Gianpaolo is going nowhere. I think all the players are going off for a comfort break whilst this hand is played out. Another 5, so that's the tick box for Luca. He's got set against a flush draw. Just trying to weigh up his value bet here. He almost wants his opponent to have a pair, so he'll call. They're likely to have ace king. I think he'd have raised earlier. And if he's got a flush draw, he's missed. So don't make it too big. We know he's not going to get a call anyway, but these things are important. Taking his time. The players are walking off in boredom. How long this bet's taking. So it's the same amount of chips he was playing with the whole time. Okay. Yep. Taking a lot of thought. Just really stretching out the time. And we're going to see a fold from Gianpaolo. Unless he wants to play back and put pressure on Luca. Certainly looking interested. Trouble is he's losing to even an ace high here. We know he's got a set of 5s, but looks more like raggy ace. Yeah, he was always going to fold. Short stack folding his big pair of 2s. If you get called, it's pretty tricky. It's quite hard to win with 2s unless you hit a set. There's so many overcards and counterfeit possibilities. Call with a queen jack, but we're going to see Matej raising with his ace king. Very quick raise, and I think Alessio will want to take a look with the queen jack. So he does. Let's see if the flop helps him out. Oh, he's up and down against top pair, top kicker. Backdoor diamonds as well, so Alessio has some skin in the game here. Matej gonna bet, I think it's about 7 that.
Hai preso carta?
700k, yep.
Maybe yes.
Donna Jack di cuore. 5?
Good card for the ace king. Both check. And the queen jack has not made his straight, but Alessio is going to bet it anyway. Not quite sure what he's representing here. A 10, I guess, but you'd have thought he'd have bet the turn if he had a 10. Alessio checks in the end, and a nice little value bet. Alessio cannot call, he has nothing. Matej making a good value bet with the ace king. He certainly recognised weakness. Did he call? Wow, not quite sure what Alessio was calling with there. Queen high? That's a very strange call. Why would you call with queen high there? It just made no sense, but there you go. It's his money, not mine. Good value bet that got called, quite surprisingly.
Jack dama. Dama. Hey, make call. No problem. Vabbè, la dominanza.
Govori come se l'avevo ucciso.
Ho fatto call e ho fatto bene.
Tako da za prvi put se sučuvao.
L'ho ipnotizzato.
Znači je novu silen.
No, l'ho ipnotizzato. Cazzo, lui è Jack Dama. Lo chiamo di Dama alta. Ha soccato. Scende flop K10. Punta chiamo, car 10. Check, check, river.
Big hand brewing here. Raise with the ace jack suited. From our solid player, Gianpaolo. Aces for our short stack. Does Luca want to get involved on the big blind with King 10? Probably not. And I think we'll get a call from the ace jack suited. And We should see a double up for Georgiev, but you never know. Not in this game.
Milione 80 milioni. 1 milione? Ah, 80. 1 million 80,000.
Looks like we have 3 players to the flop. And 1 player is at risk, but with aces. Here's the flop. Pretty good flop for aces, although there'll be no more betting there. Just betting on the side. King is hit. And the 9. The king's going to feel good, but going to be losing 2 aces. Lovely treble up there for our short stack. Back in the game.
Come lo showdown? No, ho visto nulla.
Asso asso.
Sempre
Perché asso jack di picche.
Scende qualcosa là di nulla.
Un capo è uscito.
E quindi back in
Нещо
business.
уморени сме всички се разсейваме, то това е.
No, no, poi no. Stand there again. Jack queen. E quello queen high. Up and down straight, flush. Straight into the...
Messo 300.
No, no.
Dove?
È per fare play out, poi basta che giocate check check, vabbè.
And Ted's using his stack to raise with ace-2, getting called by Luca with ace-10. Neither player's hit the flop. Can Matet use his stack to bet the better hand out? He's certainly trying. 400,000 at this point. Luca's calling. He's got a double gutter now. Ace-10. Any queen or any 8. Certainly not going anywhere now. Sensible check behind Matic. And 3 clubs with the ace of clubs on board. So ace-10 is ahead. And we'll take the pot.
Almost. I hit queen 10.
Oh no, sorry, it's a split pot because the board paired on the end and the ace on each player's side. Split the pot. Pretty unlucky there for Luca.
Now or next?
Voglio iniziare a mischiare.
Aces now for Alessio. He's been active. He's 3-betting the Matech's King 8 suited. Didn't get any action when he had a big hand before, twice now. Let's see if he can turn this into a winning hand. It's quite a big 3-bet, $1 million. Bit too big, I think. I'd like to have seen a smaller raise there to induce some action rather than it being too big. But everyone plays their own way. Jack 8 suited against King 9. Flop, hitting both players, both with gut shot draws. King 9 needs a jack. Jack 8 needs a 9. Both have each other's outs. 2 diamonds, good for our chip leader. Alessio still playing the aggressor. 400 going in. And snap call there by Matech. Looking to hit a diamond to be sure, or a jack. Jack 8 is losing. Can he put another bullet in to take this? He's certainly giving it a go. This is lovely play by Alessio. Winning with the weaker hand. Very, very good poker. Well played, sir.
Price 450.
Luca raising with the king queen under the gun. Through to the blinds. Nothing there with 9-2. And ace-5 calls. So 2 players next door to each other. Probably a better flop for the king queen. He's up and down and he's in position and was the initial raiser. So he's going to c-bet this. No, oh, not a good card for seat 1. Georgiev has hit his ace, but the nuts, well, relative nuts, king queen is with Luca. Georgiev may want to raise here. He does have backdoor diamonds as well to the 5, but he's going to be calling for sure. Wow. Diamonds for Georgiev. That's a very, very harsh river for Luca.
Draw check. Showdown, please. Flush.
Georgiev seeing his hand and getting away with one there.
Prende a quarta quadri lui col 5 di quadri.
Stani, pravi sa što mi ljubimo trka, a svoj pes. Jeli tak si ga?
Siete vaše karty, vy sa hodně zbíráte.
Asi taky čo karty, že?
Sloman, minule.
To si strašné karty.
Ja.
Ne sú čo? To sú nejaké špeciálne s čipom? Na televizný stôl?
Mal Sloman. Pas. 6 pas. 7 pas. Thank you.
Ace 5 is my favorite hand.
Okay. But not diamond.
Perfect combination.
Non so se ho più mal di pancia o mal di testa. Devo decidere.
6 pas. 7 pas. 1 pas. 2 pas. 2 pas.
This end I don't play. This end I don't play. Big blind.
500 for you. 500 for you.
4. 5. No, 1 4.
Raise 425. Cool.
And Tej raising with a king 10 under the gun. Getting called by Georgiev with ace 8. Didn't want to raise. However, Alessio, different kind of player, may well want to raise with ace jack, but takes the more conservative route and just calls 3 to a flop. Georgiev does not want to hit his ace unless it's accompanied by an 8. Mata just hit top pair here. Should be betting it. Doesn't want to let the flush get there. Going to be quite a strong bet.
775.
Backdoor diamonds, but not a lot else going for him on this spot. Not with someone betting in and another player behind. So he gives it up. How does Alessio want to do? He gives it up as well. So nice pot there for Matej, 3-handed, and takes it down with top pair.
Quindi non lo facciamo. Facciamo solo 10.
sì.
I miei bulli aperti tutti. Sta preparando per far perdere la persona.
Sto preparando la telefono così.
Speriamo di riuscire a passarlo dentro.
Patch raise. 400 is min raise.
Ah,
Yeah. So raise 400. Oh.
Una volta,
Slightly out of character raise with the king 10 suited. Called by the ace 6. Both hit the flop. Massive though for our original raiser. Gianpaolo, he's hit top pair and flush draw. And only bottom pair for Alessio. Might be enough for him. No, very good.
Un discreto flop.
Yeah, he's getting shown. You want to play with that one? No thanks.
hai detto per lui K10 della terra.
I bottoni K10 a quadri.
Ci sta, io so sì. Pure chiamo pure.
Adesso 6.
So sei pure. No, solo sei ma chiamo.
Sai che se ti
No, certo. No, certo.
ormai sì, stiamo giocando da diverso tempo, vedi che
Infatti la prima volta che mi metto sulla tua apertura.
su di te non mi è venuto cazzato, ho visto che
Va basta, cerco di giocare.
Page pass. Chess pass. Tante volte il piccolo buio non è neanche completato.
No, infatti hai visto. Infatti per quello. Questo ti giuro, l'ultima volta che fuori aperto ho giocato io. Per fuori.
Say and call.
Suspect there'll be a raise here on the big blind with ace 10. Doesn't want to let Matic come in too cheap with his holding and gets the fold. Well played.
Sto svenendo.
Page pass. Chess raise 425.
We could have a battle here. Ace king suited, raising,
Same raise.
and a 3-bet with the jacks.
1,300,000.
I think it'll be folded round and the ace king will shove. And he will be the player at risk.
Go 6 million.
Chess raise.
All in, all in.
No, sì, è all in.
How much?
6 so.
All in 5 million and a call. Jacks, ace king, slap down on the table. Alessio at risk though, big pot, 11 million. Matos has already won the biggest pot of the night so far when he doubled up against French player that is no longer in. So, can he win this? Good flop so far. Running hearts, ace or king for Alessio. Wow, what a card. Jack of hearts will give him the royal flush. Any heart, any ace, any king.
No, non esce nulla. È sempre così, lui.
Jack di cuori.
Jack of hearts. Wow, royal flush. Absolutely unbelievable. That is an exceptional hand.
Oh, glielo chiamare.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's worth noting, that one. Wow. That's a picture-worthy moment. Fantastic hand for Alessio. Not quite sure where all the players are going at the moment, but I think they're kind of taking an unofficial break. I'll just pause for a bit while everyone gathers their thoughts around that hand. Wow, not just a flush, but a royal flush. You do not get to see that on a final table very often, especially in Hold'em. Wow.
Един в Millennium каза, че 2 пъти имал за един час. Взел там
Mamma mia, anche su poche stars.
Però io le chiamate, tutte e due le chiamate. Avevo 5 milioni e
един
100.
ден за половин час имах 2
Sono a
пъти
10.
среща, шама роял. Не съм виждал никога, казвам ви.
Solo tu di quella un'altra volta.
You're calling? Just call. Best hand in the tournament.
Slightly tilt raise here with a 10-7. Tis 10-7 suited, but may not ordinarily be raising with that. I wonder if no, Gianpaolo didn't really read that or see that. May have made his hand a bit stronger had he noticed that. And we are down to 5 players. We have a couple near the 20 big blind. Then Gianpaolo 35 big blinds. Alessio with that big double up on 13, 53 big blinds. And still our chip leader, Matic, despite losing a big pot there, lost about 5-6 million, is still our chip leader. Good luck to all of you.
Sulle ali dell'entusiasmo.
Certo, no, ma deve ci sta che chiama. Partiva sopra. Anche settato. E go. Check.
Check. Heads up. Small blind check.
Water river.
2-1.
Position 6, bet 200.
Oh, you could.
Fetch call. Check.
Up and down against top pair, but the flush may slow both players down. Straight there for Gianpaolo. He's betting it. May well get called. It's a small bet. How will Alessio treat this bet? A second pair, but a lot of cards got there. Straights got there. Flush got there. King X gets there. Gianpaolo shows the straight and takes the pot.
No, io così. No, no, dico anche prima hai fatto scalo.
Nella bilaterale.
Jedna pas. Dva, raise 500. Peć pas. Šest pas. Sedam pas. Dva pas. Peć pas. Šest pas. Sedem kol. Jedna check. Tak.
Stessa umidità da 2-3.
Sedem bet 200. Jedna kol.
Pretty good flop for Queen 10. Second pair with a gut shot.
Sedem check. Jedna check.
King 7 has hit his 7. Doesn't want to hit his king though. May just be checked down. And that's Georgiev, who can't think he's ahead with his 7. Makes some kind of strange bluff. Need to be big enough though, 600-700 at least. But he's decided just to show his hand and get the bad news.
Dopo.
Forse.
Da, ma ima, a se oddamo da lei poco.
Neanche nei
Quando hai detto no,
che già che li fuori, che già che li fuori.
ah, ecco. Bene.
Peć pas. Šest raise 415. Sedem pas.
15.
Sì. For breakfast. 15.
Jedna kol.
Vittorio.
Italia. Spaghetti.
Poi
Or
pizza.
15.
Pizza.
Ah, pizza, yeah, better. But
You like pizza?
of course I do.
We've got
Se gli piace la pizza.
raise with the sixes and a call with a king queen. Going to a flop. King queen has smashed this, but we know Alessio is an aggressive player. But he's not touching this one. 4 overcards and a straight and a flush draw. Sorry, 2 flush draws.
No 15.
No,
So if
mine
someone's
is
betting into this, I think Alessio
15.
should probably get out the way. Yeah, I think that's a sensible approach. He's back in the game. Georgiev was right down to about 9 big blinds at one point and has doubled up and doubled up again. Is now able to raise pots and get to see flops, etc.
Just pass. Second race, 425.
Yet another king queen raised here by Matic. Jack 10 folds, small blind. Will be folding Luca 8-4. And can our big blind? Probably not going to do much with this either. So Matic, chip leader, takes down the pot.
Good luck.
Again, Alessio taking the aggressive option and raising when he feels he can get it through. Doesn't worry too much about his cards, which is very good poker. Since that massive double up with the royal flush against his neighbour Matoj, he is climbing the ladder very effectively. Yet another king queen for Giancarlo. Ace 2 calling. So Gianpaolo, king queen. Matej with the ace 2. Neither player's hit this flop, and they're going to be a bit nervous about the other player. It's very connected flop, but the queen hits. Giancarlo now hits. Gianpaolo hits top pair. We'll bet it. Ace 2 folds immediately.
Nie ma nie
So io. Cara flop.
Ace Jack now for Gianpaolo. Ace Jack raising in the cutoff. Unless you're going to get one of his premium hands. Not this time. King 6 suited. May want to see a flop with this. Quite a big raise though. Bit of a gamble here. Hit the 6. Giancarlo not sucked in. It's a good card for King 6. With no opposition bets. Ace Jack calls. But does not hit. So the King 6 is still ahead. Could get raised off it, of course. Jackham will probably take the more pragmatic option. Not sure he's got the kind of planned check raise in his arsenal. He may feel his ace is good. No. Yeah, he calls. Good pot there for our Croatian, for Georgiev from Bulgaria. Coming back, right back in the game. And now a decent stack in front of him.
Prima 6-8 flop, ora 3-5, arriva perché devi giocare tutto. Che parte tutti hai detto quelli, non sto spiegando.
All in with the ace jack. 3.7 million. Matic has his decision. King 9 suited actually plays quite well when there's only 4 or 5 players left, but decides to fold, which is probably the wise solution. Lucas 10-9 has hit this board. Second pair. Georgiev Ace 7. And we've got, Giancarlo's Ace 7 folds.
Se vuoi una pausa, ti do un momento.
No, sei mai passato.
Ti ho preso qui.
Un momento, sono le luci, non
Ah,
c'è problema.
Vabbè, pezzo dopo.
Ma poi me l'hanno appoggiato tra te, amici, forse mi è stata presa la presa.
Se avete un posto in macchina, sì. Ci stringiamo.
Siamo in 3. No, risolto il problema dell'orario. Pago io il viaggio. Vuoi dare un trentino al Diego? Per la benzina.
Anche la colazione poi uscire.
Colazione? Sì. Pago io. Paghi tu.
Acum piscă. Tiscă. Samo asi în public. Até să tu că stai în Mediterană, să da. Само не знам това момче откъде е напоследно. Мет.
Как ще могат да толкова?
chip leader using his position and stack to bet against ace 10 on a queen 7-5 board. Yep, tends to work. So Matej using his stack very well. Got unlucky when he was winning all the way with jacks. Even hit a jack on the end to make a set, but that jack was a jack of hearts and gave Alessio a royal flush. Massive hand earlier. Two to a flop. 9-6 suited has hit the nuts. So Luca has hit the second nuts. 9. He's got a straight on board. And poor Georgiev has hit top pair. May not want to go anywhere. Sorry, it's Gianpaolo. Gianpaolo's hit the top pair. Now he's hit two pairs. This could be a car crash for Gianpaolo. This made straight against two pairs. We're seeing a biggish bet being lined up. He's hoping that Gianpaolo's hit the ace. Just the million though. 1.1. All in for Gianpaolo. We're going to see a call. He's drawing to an ace or a 10. This is a big pot. Gianpaolo a little bit in shock, I think. But if an ace or a 10 spikes the river, we have lost a player. And the straight doubles up. Lovely hand for Luca there. And Gianpaolo is, I don't think he's out, but I think he's very, very short stack now. He's played very well this tournament, and that's extremely unlucky to have hit top pair, then top two, and lose to a made straight.
Salutato per niente.
400 mu stalo.
Salutato per
Koja
niente.
raka gledate?
Ancora ecco.
Rujava zverska. Аз септември ще отделам се 17 пати. Той другия го няма на картата, брате, а този има някакви пари печелени.
Ma li ho chiamate, capito? No, nessuno non. Ma le ho chiamate, una per una.
Sì, ma le chiamate tanto però.
No, scala reale, signore.
Lui si è chiamato 3 di cuori a River, no 10.
Hai ragione.
Jack. Ha chiamato 3 ha detto.
Bravo.
3 di cuori ha detto.
Имах тройчици. Аз имах тройки.
All-in situation with a 10-8, facing a flush draw of Alessio. 8 is winning. Was winning anyway. Are we going to see a double up, or are we going to see a flush knock out our 5th place finisher? We do not. So a little double up there for Gianpaolo. Goes up to 2.3 million. Well played.
Io non mi dici. E di nuovo un milione.
Milioni 20.
Come? 2. Io ero grande bui. Infatti. Vedi. Tu che avevi?
Da.
Niente.
Ne, zarobisz.
Sono K dama 10.
Какво ти е това? Да, живи, много живи.
Another all-in situation. Ace King against Queen 10. Gianpaolo having to push with his shorter stack, or feeling he has to push. And we may well lose him now. We've had 3rd attempt now. 3rd time lucky. And we do. Ace King of Matic holds and increases his stack by another 2.3 million. Very well played, sir. But unfortunately, you didn't quite last the course. But a good run. Excellent run. 5th place finisher. Takes down a nice 9,300. And we have 4 players left in the final of the Tana delle Tigri here in Banco Casino, Bratislava. One of many good value events we have here. Most are 250k guaranteed, some are more. Lots of exciting developments happening.
Make it 720. Обаче сюда като толкова фенски хиляди, страха е голям вече. Абе, има ли за 3-то място купа? То е за всички. Само една ли? Само нея. Аз съм дошъл за купа. На отбояване и вече нещата са...
8. You? 11. 14.
Lucas Ace-7 has hit bottom pair against Georgiev's King 2. But it's Georgiev that leads. I don't think Lucas going to be folding too quickly on this hand. Wow, does. Good bet by Georgiev. Shows the bluff. And Luca has some internal.
На Popoli? 450. Не бе, щом няма тук за трето място, бе, ще има натиск. No small blind, okay. Let's go. What? Yeah, making big. Maybe first time from
Maybe,
2 hours.
maybe, or not.
We don't have hands 2 hours or more.
Check.
Check, 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 check. We're friends.
Check.
Check,
Check. Yeah, no check.
check, check. Ace high.
Check. Yeah, no check.
Maybe.
On the river. Ace copy deck. От бутона. Да, то так мога да ме вратне. Ме колко?
Solo 5 li imaš?
И 6. А ще си бетна.
Yeah, no raise. 500. No pass. Just pass. Fold.
Ace 4 has hit the flop, but the king queen of Georgiev has hit top pair. Matej not folding yet. 3 spades on board, but no one has a flush draw. Dangerous board for Georgiev, but he's still betting. He's got top pair, and he doesn't want to let it go right now. 2 million in the pot, and I think that's about 7. And immediate give up by Matej.
Не е много окей. Тук си трябва агресийка малко, нали? Трябва агресия, нали? Попи дама, купи бафе.
Big blind. Два pass. 6 raise 550. 550.
Cool.
7 call. And no pass. Seven check. Shot bet 670.
Nice pick up there by Alessio with the Jack 6 against the superior Ace Jack that missed.
Race 450. Jedna pas. Dwa koł.
Nice pair of kings here for Matic on the button. Ace 2 of Luca. Both have good stacks, 10 million and 13 million respectively. And an immediate fold by Luca, who missed with his ace. Little pick up there for Matic with a big hand.
You don't need to use it cheap race, in 1 minute. Okay. You want this? It's better. No. 7 race 450. One pass. Two pass. Six call. Withdraw.
2 to a flop again. Matic hitting second pair. Alessio, the more aggressive player. Ace high. Good flop for Matic. Good turn. It's gone up and down with the second pair. Immediate fold by Alessio. I'll play both of you.
7 and 3. 5 e mezzo e lui mi ha 14. Vabbè, ma ne aveva 13. No, lui. Cioè lui gli ha preso tutto, poi io l'ho raddoppiato e lui gliel'ha ripreso tutto. Cioè sul cuscino più dentro.
È rimasto chiuso fuori.
Sì, è dovuto fare il giro.
No, ho chiamato Claudio.
Qualcuno ha chiamato. No, ma tanto l'abbiamo detto.
Така е.
No deal.
5 и половина и 50.
Cosa dici?
3 петиции.
No?
And then blinds 100, 300, big blind 300 and the rush of button deal.
Small blind.
Sorry about this, but my friends are laughing about the book.
Il telefono si Infatti non capivo dove lo mettevo prima. Cercavo di capire dove lo mettevo, ma
Raise 700. Vapas. Just call.
Business again. I like doing business with you. You win all the time.
I win only this hand.
Just check. Here's my bet. 600.
No, you win this hand.
Just pass.
Prego. Tanto qualcuno l'ha trovato sul livello. Oppure me li gioco, così non me li devo riportare. Fino a 10 si possono portare.
Vapas. Just pass. Second call. Here's my raise. Pass. Shares raise 650. So pass. Here's my call. Parla pass. Heads up. I check. Six bet 800. It's not pass. Slovan?
Quante partite?
Ci sa môže
Ora.
posunúť, on z dvojky na trojku.
Poi mi alzo di saluto.
Ci sa môže
Quanto
posunúť z tej
avete?
dvojky na trojku.
5 minuti.
Welcome back, everyone. After our 15-minute break, we have 4 players left at the final stages of this final at Banco Casino. 1 big chip leader and 3 fairly even stacks.
Buon viaggio, raga. Ciao. Mi ricordavo che mi avete abbandonato.
Georgiev from Bulgaria in seat 1, though, went right. Was chip leader to start with, went right down and has fought his way back. Luca in seat 2, starting to build his stack towards the end of the last session. Alessio, courtesy of a royal flush, has good sized stack, second equal, and our local Slovakian player has been the more aggressive player. Matic, Makajak. Kings on the button for Georgiev. Massive 3-bet. The 5-6 suited will be folding. It's a bit too big, that 3-bet. You need to try and get value from hands like Kings when you've 3 or 4 players. They're really big hands, and people are calling with ace 9s and king queens and hands like that. So 4-handed, maybe need to play a little cuter with big hands. Luca raising with king 10 here. Matic, though, a very playable ace 10 and dominating him, but just calling. He's out of position. Doesn't obviously know what Luca has. Has hit his ace. Is he going to slow play this and check it? Yes, he is. What a good lad. He's going to let Luca hang himself. He's done this routine before where he's just check called, fairly confident that he was ahead, and he will be on this flop. He's massive ahead now, king 10. Unfortunately for Luca, it's made him the second pair, and he's going to bet it. Luca in trouble on this pot. Nice bit of Hollywood by Matic. Just taking his time and all in. Well, that was unexpected. And no choice but to fold. I think that was a little bit early pulling the trigger there. Could have made more out of that. You've got to try and get value from your big hands, especially when you hit flops as well as he did there. Because you've got to think, well, what can the opposition have to call me with? In the most case, second pair, or even top pair with a bad kicker. So I think Matic just needs to think a bit more before he starts shoving all in. However, that was a significant pot, and he is a big chip leader now. Alessio on the button with an ace, much stronger four-handed, any ace, and he's making a big raise. 800k. That's 2.7 raise. Takes it down.
My birthday is every day.
Very good. De gleuven. Die tienertje bij drie kleurtje. Dale.
Bene, molto. Passava anche col...
Almost. Good hand.
Pair of sevens, Luca all in. And no one can call him. Takes down a small pot.
The Tigers.
Two pairs now for the Matic with a 9-7. Well, an 8 makes a straight. That's a very dangerous board for bottom pair, or at least second bottom pair, and a poor kicker. So, fairly easy pot there. Raise with the ace-7 on the small blind. Jack-8 wants to peel a flop. 2 pairs for Georgiev. Luca with a straight draw. And immediately folds on a bet by Georgiev. Was winning anyway. Good hand. Good flop for that hand. Still 4 players left.
Tu quello parte. Ah, state partendo ora. Arrivate sempre uno solo di poi ce l'ho là. Io l'avevo proposto. Oh, sorry. No, appoggia là, che vedi questa. Appoggia lì. Grazie, Giaffro. New deck. The number 11.
Small blind against big blind now. Jack 9 against King 3. And the aggressive player wins again.
My big blinds.
No.
Next time
Queen 10.
it's good. I
King,
have eight
King,
six
Jack.
and good hands. Good.
Jack and dead and big blind.
So our players in seat 1 and 3. That's Georgiev and Luca will start to feel the pressure with their stacks. Blinds are 100, 300. They have 4, 5 million. Here's Luca raising with the Queen Jack. The other two very well stacked up. Georgiev with 7 million. Luca with 5.5 million. They have to be careful here. Two shorter stacks, similar amounts, and the two big stacks on our right.
Palle gialle sono dopo.
Chip leader raising on the button with a bad king, hoping to get through the blinds. Certainly get through the first one. However, Luca has a big hand, ace jack. Should be all in here, an immediate fold. Yep, picks up a useful little pot. It says raising with a 7-6 suited. Alessio calling with Queen 6, but the 7's hit. No flush draw for Alessio, but it doesn't stop him betting. A lot of posturing at the moment between these two. Wow, Alessio gets it through. His aggression is definitely putting him in a great position to win this tournament. Ace King now for Georgiev in seat 1. Makes a raise. 650, I think. And I know there'll be one player calling with a Queen Jack, and it is Alessio. Also, very playable Queen 10 suited. So we're going 3 to a flop. Could be some fireworks here, because if they hit, they all hit. However, none of them hit. 5, 6, 8, and not one of them hit. So this may well go to whoever plays the more aggressive or makes a C bet. We know Alessio is definitely one of those players. He's representing the middle. That's a fantastic play. Takes it away, takes the initiative, takes it away from the other two. He is building very, very nicely towards the final stages of this tournament. He said earlier, about 4 hours ago, that no, he didn't want to take 3,000 or whatever he was with the next prize. He wanted the 35, and he's playing like that. Good man. This time, someone else's turn to raise with the king 2. But again, four-handed hands get different values. Hands that you would normally just fold. Your queen jacks, queen 10 suited are all good hands four-handed. And king 2 suited there. Actually quite a reasonable hand to raise with. See where you are if and when you get called. However, 10-5 is not. Pair of jacks now. In the small blind, going to make a raise. And an immediate fold by Luca in the big blind. No one else had a hand. Nice raising hand here with from Luca on the button. Ace-8 suited. Just working out how much to raise. May not make any difference. No one has anything.
camera hai, Gianni? Numero di camera.
Alessio raising with a 10-8 offsuit under the gun. Only 4 players left, so not many to get through. And takes down another pot with a good raise. I'm really waiting for a match-up between 2 players with 2 big hands. It's one of the only ways you break the deadlock here, with 4 players all playing fairly well and folding these kind of mediocre medium hands. But we just need 2 players with big hands. Will we get that soon? Now we have 2 to the flop. Jack 8, 9 flop. So up and down with a 10 and a pair for Matesh. So Georgiev betting is up and down, and a call with second pair. That's a spade, 4 of spades. So Georgiev has now hit a pair, but it's not really affected Matech's hand, who has second pair. Probably needs to hit a straight. And Matech folds. It's a surprise.
I saw.
A7, A7, oh, 7. A7. 7 hands. You? No.
No, not suited.
Okay. Me too.
A7.
For in.
Yeah, of course. But I will
Luca's all in with the Queen 10 suited. Takes out any opposition. So it's probably one of his only moves at the moment with the blinds being so high. Plus, he really needs to double up to get back to challenge for the win. Playable stack, King Jack all in. Now, fives folded. He did fold, I think it was fours or fives earlier. Obviously doesn't like the small pairs. King Jack wins the pot. Nice big hand there for Georgiev with the queens, just making a small raise. All in and call. 9-8 suited against queens. Luca a big dog here. The queens, if they hold, means we'll be down to 3. And the weaker player of the 4 will be out. So he is at risk. Luca, 9-8 suited against queens. Needs a lot of help. Well, he's got a straight draw now. 7 to win the pot. Or a club. That's not a good card. And we lose our 4th place finisher. Again, played pretty well, Luca, but we now have 3 pretty even stacks with that double up there. I wonder if they are going to talk a deal at all. They would actually get more than 20,000 each, and there would be 6,000-7,000 to pay for. So I'm pretty sure if we look there, 40 million, and 10 million. In fact, now Matic is the slightly shorter stack. So very even, really. One hand and it all changes. So if they were wise, I think they should be talking a deal and smooth off the first 3 places. But for now, we carry on. Big hand for Matic. Ace, king. Raising under the gun. Not sure if that's a raise or a re-raise. Here's another matchup with 10s against Ace King. All in from the Ace King. Made a big raise, but will he carry on the hand? 10's massive hand, 3-handed. Even if your player opponent has Ace King or Ace Queen, you're still technically in the lead, and they have to hit.
najde poučit neku, znači... A? Durine flip ne misli igra flip. Poli igra flip.
Уж teraz rozgrávám, môžete potom vždycky.
You wanna some deal? Huh? You wanna deal? Because we have similar stakes and we can play for first place maybe. We can...
Let me check it.
Okay, check ICM.
Check ICM and then decide.
Play one hand.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Jedna pas.
Much?
Raise with Jack 6 offsuit. Looks like a min raise.
Okay.
You get bigger and then we can check it out how much it is.
I think they are now discussing whether they should talk about the deal, and we will have a break.
Ti ne avevi.
Ma nemam pravo. To je ja sam tu 15 minuta šporano pouda, така че...
Имаш и 6 и 5 ти можеш купуват.
Listen. No, vedo che.
Italia.
Welcome back, everyone. Final stages, last three players, and very even stacks. Two players on just over 12 million, and our chip leader on 14 million. I do believe a deal has been made, and I can tell you
Maybe 30 minutes.
Up to you guys.
Yeah,
In heads up,
it's 5 o'clock.
in heads up, we always keep the blinds on the half. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And now what? The original half? We don't need 60 minutes.
Okay, guys.
30 minutes.
I want 60.
You want 60? You want to sleep on the table? I have a flight to
I want
catch.
to win. I want 60? I want
Okay,
to win.
okay.
Okay, guys. Then we play 100, 300, we play 300, and you're shuffle up and down.
I'm hearing that
Oh, sorry.
I'm hearing that they've got flights to catch and things because we are very, very late on this one. We're now 5:45 in the morning local time. So the tournament goes on.
Ace 800. Sega, pass.
Some money.
Some money.
I'm joking. Check.
I check.
Ace 10 against Jack 2.
Oh, you have a set.
1,800,000.
And Ace 10 going nowhere.
Not good, not good.
I mean on the river.
Increased lead there.
On the river.
So I think I have heard a deal has been made, and the two players on 12 million, that's our Bulgarian friend and our Slovakian, have earned just over 20,000 euros. They've guaranteed that, and our Italian friend that had 14 million is getting 21,400. So those are guaranteed, and they still have to play for the 10%. So this is where we're at the moment. This time you're going to get a lot looser play. So all in with the fives, and King 10 cannot call. So we always have to keep 10% back.
Reduce and cut for.
Georgiev and Matej guaranteed over 20,000, and Alessio Licia from Italy, guy without the hair, he is guaranteed 21,400, playing on for just over 6,000, and of course the trophy. Lovely big hand here, almost overkill, three-handed ace king, but he's been raising with a variety of hands, gets the most from his big hands. Loves to show it, loves to show the hands, especially when they're good ones. Well, we know this player's not going to stop raising. This time 4-3 suited. Snap called by 10-6. Sorry, Queen Jack. 10-6 folded. Matej. Queen Jack against 4-3 suited. Pretty good flop for 3-4. Up and down. But decides to check it. May need to bet now. This is good. Very nice play. And the better hand folds. Excellent play by our Italian player. He's been the most aggressive player on the table, Alessio, and it's really paid off for him. I think it just shows you how aggression on final tables is a really important factor. He's made most of the plays that have been, and arguably Georgiev has been one of the more passive players, which is probably why his stack went down so much before he came back. Matej, good solid player, likes to let the other players make the play when he has the winning hand. There'll be no folding with a king three-handed. So ace-3 and king-8 to the flop. 1.7 million in the pot. Ace has hit two pairs, but as is his wont, just checks it, looking for Alessio to make a bet. Nice small bet, tempting to call. Drawing dead though. Hit his 8, might get paid. And does. So, very nicely played hand by Matej there. Clawed back some of the chip lead that Alessio has amassed, most of which he did get from the other player, Georgiev. These two players on the right been chip leaders for the last couple of hours and are maintaining their focus and their chip lead. Alessio does not stop. He will raise nearly every hand. And then it may be the one where he has a big hand that someone comes back at him. It's a good philosophy. Alessio now raising on the button with king 10 offsuit. Matej looks like an immediate call. No, folds an ace 3 and jack 2 folds. So Alessio really putting the pressure on these two. One of them or both of them are going to need to fight back soon. You can't let someone run over the table like this at this point. Even though you've got guaranteed money, you're still playing for another 6,000. It's significant. And of course, the glory of winning the Tana delle Tigri at Banco Casino. Not that many people can say they've done it. This time, Georgiev has an ace, raises, snap called with a king 7. Who's going to hit the flop? Neither player. It's quite usual. Ace is still holding at the moment. So both players with a gut shot draw. And it goes check, check. The ace high takes the pot.
Raise 800. Pass. Call.
Matej calling with a suited jack. We can't see Georgiev's hand at the moment. 3 twos on board. Probably not a flop for anyone.
Check. Bet 800.
So Georgiev coming in with a bet. And takes it down just with the threat. Jack 5. Possibly not ahead. But these poker players do bluff, sometimes. Sometimes they just need to do anything they can to win a pot, including telling big porcupines. Very quick, coming around, just 3-handed. So you're in the big blind, the small blind, or the button every hand. Makes it quite tricky.
Call. 2 million. Raise 2 million. Pass.
Alessio definitely playing the most poker on the final day and the final table. It's been a joy to watch him play. Not that the others play badly at all, it's just he's elevated it and using maximum pressure where he can.
Raise 900. Call. 2 million. 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 2
Premium hand here, aces against 7-6 suited. And unfortunately for Alessio, he's hit the 6. Follow through here. Matej somewhat disguising the strength of his hand. Alessio's hit a 6. Can he get any more help? That doesn't help.
Bet 3 million.
Here comes the big bet, 3 million into 3.5, nearly a pot-sized bet. $11 million in the pot now. Matej at risk to Alessio if a 6 or a 7 hits. That's a 4. Not a bad card for Matej. I don't know whether he's going to bet this or check it down. I suspect we'll see a check at the beginning. Does not want to overstretch himself. And doesn't bet, but big hand. Well played. And that's a massive dent in Alessio's stack. Matej increasing by a good few million there.
5-minute break to make your pile.
Wow, that's a big pot.
E nekad ga čo ti volaš?
Više blind.
A to ćemo kod ti už dopomoć.
Big swing around in fortunes. You now have Matej back at the top with 75 big blinds, and Alessio is our short stack. And you can't make the kind of plays he was doing. He would have raised normally with a 7-4 suited, but he just hasn't got enough chips. Blinds are 153 and he has 5 million.
Big pressure now. Every hand.
No problem.
No.
I did mistake.
You're a good friend. It's your birthday.
Small pot there to Alessio, but but he needs to double up fairly soon to stay in touch with the other two. I think we'll see a shove here with the ace-6 suited. All in for 5 million. No one has a hand to call with, and so it goes around.
Majda. Ili si pod 200? Da.
Hallo, idziemy. Pas.
Check.
Why?
Bad cards.
Georgiev just calling with the queen 3, and Alessio slow playing the king jack. Hit top pair, still slow playing it.
Going pre-flop and I call.
Min bet and gets it through anyway. Doesn't make any extra by that tactic. Georgiev with the king 10. Fairly strong hand, three-handed. Raises. And doesn't look like anyone can come back at him. So, been a lot of raising and very little calling. So we've not had that matchup yet, except for the earlier one that Alessio lost a lot of chips to Matej. It's like a min raise there with the king 2, and Matej pushes all in with an ace. Very good play, aware of where he was and how powerful an ace is three-handed. Good play. A lot of folds earlier with low aces, and quite right. 2 at that point, but three-handed against an aggressive player like Alessio. Very powerful play. Matej now with a pair of 5s on the button. Raises and a sensible call with Queen Jack. 6-4 comes in for the ride. 3 to a flop. And that says hit Georgiev really. He's got the nut flush draw and the gut shot draw, and no one else has got any high cards. But That will not stop Matej, the original raiser, from betting. 1 million is the bet. Queen, Jack, easily winning there against the fives. So a little bit of redistribution of chips going towards Georgiev.
Good shot.
King, Queen suited, raise, and they're getting called by King 10. It's the kind of hand you want to be called with. Neither player has hit this flop, though. Ace can definitely be represented by Georgiev, who was the original raiser, and he gets it through. Was winning anyway.
One can more.
One is enough for real.
All in.
Call.
JJ Okocha. King 4 na King 4. I had 10-8.
All in with a King 4, called by the Jacks.
Maybe flush.
And clubs are going for him. 3 clubs, any club, any king.
Now it's 50.
And Alessio doubles up.
Three diamonds.
That's no good. Still, any club, any king. Oh, we lose our third place finisher. And there's a king. King on the end. Double up for Alessio. He's a lucky boy with King 4 offsuit. Wow.
Da. Zúveš.
475.
Ne, tя на флопа вече...
Čtyři, že?
Защото ще изплащам. Да.
You don't like the
I don't know, not so much. I don't like river. Good that we make the deal that it's not pressure. Yeah, it's like... But 7,000 is a lot of money. Reverse. Extra.
For Italians it's not that much, but...
Not that much, but it's nice.
Italy.
It's nice.
Nothing.
7,000 is not bad.
There's nothing. It's 7,000.
Nice.
How much?
950. Misclick.
Big hand for Alessio. Slightly slow playing it. Georgiev with the gut shot draw.
Fold. You're not my friend anymore. We'll see later. Yeah, I know. Aces. Hã? Не, между тази без да искам сложи толкова много. Исках да си е нормално. Ма 950 карти на 3 това. Ами аз имах. Чакай се забравих какво имах. 6-7 имах бе, 6-7 имах. $2 милиона в коп. Копчик.
Hey, check.
Two to the flop. 2 diamonds for the king jack. And a pair for Georgiev. 700k is the bet. Is he looking to raise? Just calls the 7. Another queen. Good for the pair.
На брат ми втората любима ръка. Колкото е? 2 милиона 150.
Nice re-raise there with the ace-10. Takes down a decent pot. Chips moving back and forth a little bit. Alessio lost quite a stack and has gained a lot. All very, very even. 2 to a flop. 8-6. Second pair. Alessio takes down another one. Those red chips are more value than the white chips. I don't know what they are exactly. Maybe 500,000. There we go around again. This time a suited ace for Alessio. He will raise. Three bet there. With the ace 4. Does cover Alessio. So lots of split pot possibilities with low kickers. And those are 3 high cards. So this could well end up being split. Big bet. Is that 2 million, I think, into 4.4? 2.1? Not a good flop for ace 2. And he may want to make a move. The only move he makes is moving his hand towards dealer. Nice pot there for Matej.
Да се кефиме. Ай плюс това не е ако го вземеш.
Да, именно. 7.
А като го вземеш.
Ако съм нямаш как да се повече.
Top pair there. Not sure what Alessio's trying his previous aggressive play to take this pot down with a small hand. Another bet. I think this time he should be called really with a queen. There are 4 hearts on board. He's hit a flush with his 5-3. I missed that. Wow. He's actually hit a flush. Matej. It's very late for everyone now. 6:30 in the morning. Wow. Alessio picks up a pot and the chips move round again.
След ноември. Преди това е гадно вали.
Така е.
Да. То беше много яко, супер престижно е като цяло, ама за джуниор е голямата шака.
8.
So 2 players to the flop. 10-5 against ace 2. Gut shot for the ace 2. Not a lot for the aggressive Italian. Looks like he's raising. He's dominating this table, even though he lost a big pot earlier. He's definitely the more accomplished player on the table in terms of aggression. That may well lead to win this tournament. He's right back in it, and now is probably just about chip leader. Not quite. Those red chips are worth a lot more than the other ones.
Can we make new deals? Can we make new deals? Why? We can. We can. Without saying it. You know what I mean?
No deal, no deal.
Raise with the ace queen.
900, it's okay.
Looks like we're going to get a call.
Do you want to go all in blind?
Georgiev calling.
Huh?
Okay.
You're okay?
No, it is end.
Good flop for ace queen. He's hit top pair with a very big kicker.
7, it's okay. To continue.
Don't know what he's up against, but it's a snap call. Matej. I think that's 2.5 million into 3.5. It's a big bet. It's quite a tester. And again, a relatively quick call.
Дай половина. То повече търна? 9 и 10 карон. Да го обирам.
How much? 7.
Neither player hit this board. King is ahead at the moment. And he's the more aggressive player. So just the threat. And the Queen Jack folds down to 7 million now. So it's 22, 23 big blinds. And Alessio continuing his aggressive play. Having a dealer swap.
Трябваше ми дойде и го препарирам. Нещо като вида да свой 5 ми става. Независимо къде е. Oh, let's go in blind.
There's only 150 and there's big blind.
And 2000
okay.
euro. Deal.
Size 800.
Had a big raise on the button to 800. Matos with Jack 10 calls. Eight, 4, 5 flop, 2 diamonds. Be a follow-up bet by Georgiev. C bets, takes it down.
Breakfast break.
Raise 900.
Big hand here, pair of eights. Raises to 900 and Georgiev just folds.
Asi ne. A to on jít na malý dívat, jo? A ty jako si dopadl? Prosím? Ako si skončil? Jo? Ako si ty? Až hrajeme. Ty si druhý? Koľko si bral? Málo. No, nevadí, ale dobre, no. Nebudeš mal dobre.
Môžete povinťať počuť.
Stále vidím do mimo. Asi tak, no. Ale urobili sme split a teraz dohrávame o 7000, vieš.
Go.
King 4 calls and Queen 7 checks. Both hit the flop, first and second pair. And ace may stop too much action, but that gives nut flush to Georgiev and also a flush draw to Alessio. So he's got a queen and a flush. No, he hasn't got a flush draw, just a queen. So good fold there. He was drawing very thin.
Víte štátsku, vyhrali ste? Ani my. Veľa, bájim. Ja, no.
Eight, 6 for Alessio. Raises on the small blind, gets it through. Raise coming in with 10-5 suited. Call on the small blind, and we have 3 players to a flop. Hasn't happened too much. Ace 6 and King 9 and 10-5. Someone's going to hit this flop. The 10-5 has hit the flop, but there are 2 spades, so backdoor flush draw for our aggressive player. He's definitely winning now, but there are two clubs.
I'm getting serious.
Only four.
Only.
Oh. Raise 2,400,000.
Raise there on the button with the 3 tens. And looks like both players are having to fold. So nice pot there going towards the Slovakian.
2-4. Да. Почвам да играм сериозно, брат, наистина. А?
Ante?
Ще го късях.
King Jack now for Georgiev on the button. Raises and gets 2 folds. 9-4 and 6-2. Fair enough.
Raise 900. Oh.
Premium hand for Matej now. King Queen. Sorry, Ace King. Top pair against the up and down of Georgiev. Can't fold at this point. Good card for the Ace King. That's 2 million. Tricky spot now for Georgiev. Only has 6 million behind. Very tricky spot. He's got to know he's behind. But he does have a good draw. Wow, folds.
Сами от тия дрогове. Моля? Нищо.
Raise 700.
All in.
Raise all in. Pass. No pass.
Уже днеска се едната беше колко? 15 години. Ти miješaš, ne tako da. Včeraj sam aj nespao da si pričao.
Price 750 plus call. Šestorečka? Sedem. Check. Check.
Lovely flop there for the 2-3, hoping that Georgiev hits something. Just going to flat call, trapping with his two pairs here. Bit dangerous though, there are 3 spades there and a straight draw. And that's not a good card for 2-3. Is Georgiev going to have a big bet on this? He is. He's making a move. Wow. What great timing. It's a great card to make the move on. If only he knew he was so far behind. Yeah, that's a fantastic timing of that play. And I think Georgiev, Matej got a little bit greedy with that one. Trying to trap him and ended up trapping himself.
Good 5 on the river. I have 2 pair. 2, 3 diamonds. I have 2 pair.
Big one answer, please. Price 700. Call. And call. Check. Check.
3 players to the flop. Everyone's hit 2 on bottom pair. And Alessio has hit the top pair.
Pass. Call.
Georgiev not wanting to give this up quite yet. Just the threat takes it down again. Alessio doing all the work here.
Hey guys, let's make next level half time.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
You're okay?
Yeah.
20 or 30 minutes is good enough.
Yes.
Floor man?
I vote for 20 minutes. And no break.
After the break.
Let's make
You need break?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
10 minutes?
5.
5? Okay.
Další level si dajú polovičný.
We'll wait for you on the table.
30 minutes. And only 5 minutes break.
I think we're going into a short break soon. And they may do some chip counts. And also, I think we're going to change up the levels so that there is some end in sight of this tournament. It is a very, very long one.
No, 350 съвременен.
Queen 10 suited this time raising. Could be a bit of trouble with the Queen 9 suited and Queen 7 folds. Not many queens left. Very even hands here. Hearts and diamonds, both with straights. And King King 2. Split pot possibilities. 2 hearts now. Certainly be betting that. Betting a call. Queen 10 not giving up at the moment. Queen 10 and the 9 hits. So 2 pairs there for Alessio. Had the flush draw as well. And takes down another pot. He is definitely the stronger player at this point in the tournament. He's worked his way back from third in chips. Must be fairly equal with Matej right now. So just a call there with the Queen 9. Can't see both hands, but it's up and down now with a flush draw for the Queen 9. It's a pretty good turn. Alessio still leading the betting. And that gives a flush to the 9. Not even going to bet it. Just takes down the pot. Shows a bit of, well, not surprisingly, a bit of tiredness. Bit of not using all his thinking processes. And against Alessio, who's very aggressive, you need to be getting value out of those hands. But to be quite honest, everyone's tired at the moment. The stream crew, the tournament staff, the dealers, and the players, of course. It's very, very late. Had a long, long night for a final day. And we still have 3 in play. Alessio with a pair on the button, pair of 4s. Looks like there's a re-raise. Coming with a Queen 8. How does Alessio want to play this? Just calls. I think Matej trying to fight back a bit. It does need to, so it's a good play. Queen 8 suited. Can he hit a flop? Nope. But Matic was the aggressor, so he's going to continue betting. Alessio's not just going to fold on one bet. Alessio's now picked up the straight draw as well. And the fours are currently holding. Matic has given up. I don't think there'll be any point in betting this, but he is going to. And immediate fold. Queen six of clubs. He's got the maid straight. Trying to milk what he can out of Alessio, who's got the straight draw and flush draw. That's not going to help get value from this pot. Raise with the 7-4 and the small blind. And all in announced. Alessio will be folding. 11 million. Alessio now has 19 million. Significant chip leader now. Doesn't seem to worry him. Next tournament coming up, the Banco Masters. Always a popular event with double and triple qualification bonus. Get more than one seat and you get a bonus of 500. And if you get 2 more seats, that's 3 in total, 1,500 bonus. Fantastic offer there, and already good value tournament. On the button with the ace, makes the raise. Takes it down.
You need 5 minutes break? It's okay?
Only
You
for
need break?
5 minutes is okay. We play a lot of. Yeah, we play a lot.
go to toilet.
Аз мислих, че се го намали на 10 и затова ги питам. Да, видях.
Georgioff has hit 2 pairs. Needs some betting going in, but this time Alessio is well clear. Didn't hit anything and was totally dominated.
Već je den. Da, moramo se stalno sve.
Raise 800 plus.
Ne mogu da stane za sečka. Sad bi ja brutalno. Ama...
Picante.
A? Ajde si brat. Ja se vam gledam već. Sleeping on the table.
Raise 8 plus. Plus.
Passo. Passo.
Passo, passo. Passo qui.
$20 million you got, right? 20. 20.
Me,
20.
20.
20.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
I'm sorry. I'm sleeping now already. Like two days I get no fucking sleep.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yesterday 4
Call
Yeah.
the players.
something. Today again. All day.
Raise 8,
Go away. I don't need this red chip.
2.
Take it.
That's why I make a deal because I was
Yeah,
not
was
able
better.
to play good.
Yes,
I
yes,
don't
yes.
see even these fucking cards. You know.
Check.
It's big
Fold.
difference. It's fucked
And
out.
Queen 6 hits second pair,
3,000.
and
600.
9-5 suited is going nowhere.
Oblique together.
Helping.
Okay.
Fold. Easy.
Shows the Queen.
3,000.
3.000.
3.000.
Mila.
3.000. Milla. Con 3 L. 3.000. Only one L.
Yeah.
Small and big blind, no raises. Both see a flop. Matej with second pair,
No fold button.
just a small bet.
Maybe now.
6.
13.
Alessio raising now, min raise. He's just dominating this table. And I think we're going into a short break. And we may do
check.
No problem.
Let me check something.
Check, set and call.
Check.
Odmah check.
Fora.
7 bez 400. Jedna call. Jeden check. Jedna check.
Welcome back, everyone. Jack 7 on the small blind, leading this at the moment. 9-6 has the gut shot, but does not get there. So, checkbox in the Slovakian's
You win, right?
Matej box, and he gets a well-needed addition to his chip stack.
All in.
7 pas, jedna all in.
Play. Cool.
You play?
Shot
Okay.
call.
Ah, flip. Da, ti 10. Аз нямам нищо, бат. Аз имам 10 блинда.
All in now with the 9-10 against a pair of fours. The 9-10 at risk. We could lose our third player. No, he's spiked to 9. We're going to see a double up. And the marathon continues unless a 4 comes. No 4. So back in the game again. Our Bulgarian player, Georgiev. And still 3 players.
4,150.
4,900,000.
Ah, 9.
4. Или 5. What? Said something? I thought you said something to me.
No, nothing. Nice one.
10 blinds. Normal. Другото е по-важно. Плакета.
Georgiev now with a pretty looking ace on the button will be raising.
Million. 1 million.
Raises to $1 million. Blinds are 200, 400. Immediate call with a king 10 and a fold. So king 10 against ace 8. Fairly even, 60-40. Not now. Alessio's hit 2 pairs. But Georgiev is a check there and an all-in. Maximum pressure applied, and Georgiev will have to fold. This time Alessio has the ace on the button and raising. Georgiev, where are the chips going? He does look very tired. 10-8. And it's Georgiev that hits this time. Second pair. But Alessio is a very aggressive player. Won't be Giorgio's turn to go all in. Yes, it is. They've reversed their positions from the last hand. Is Alessio really considering this? How much? 6.6 million. Far too much, my friend. Yep, good fold. Pair of twos in the small blind makes the raise. 9-7 suiting's not going anywhere. Cool. 2.8 million in the pot. But significant lead. That's a fantastic full house for Georgiev. How's he going to get paid? I don't think he will. Alessio's hit nothing. What a shame. That's a fantastic flop for twos. Nice hand here for Alessio. King Queen on the small blind against 7-2. He hasn't had many hands, but Matej's body language is fairly down and negative. He's very tired as well, as all of us are. But he's not doing much fighting back at the moment. And all the work is coming from Alessio and secondly by Georgiev. So may need to just gear up again if he wants to win this tournament for the extra 6,000 euros. I mean, it's well worth a few hours work. Alessio this time with 8s on the button. Raises to 800. King 8 folded. And a call with a King 9. So 2 overcards. A fair race this one. King 9 against 8s. Gut shot for the King 9. 2 overcards for the 8s. So both treating it with respect. 3 clubs now. So Georgiev does have the flush draw. Alessio's going to bet his 8s. And a call. Not a good card for Georgiev to represent anything on. And the bet will be followed by a fold. 3 to a flop this time. Queen 5 against 3s and 10-8. 2 diamonds for Georgiev. Flush draw. Bottom pair for Matej, and Alessio shouldn't have too much more involvement in this, but he does like to put his chips in. I think we're going to see a raise. Looks like a check raise. Very nicely played with the flush draw and the backdoor straight draw. Big hand in the small blind, King Jack. I think he just flat called. He's hit 2 pairs, and Matej has hit top pair. This could be trouble. If he hits 2 pairs, he's in real trouble. Alessio letting Matej do all the work. Is he going to pull the trigger now? Nice bit of waiting. No, he's raising. And I think we're going to see an all-in and a call. And Matej is drawing dead. We are down to 2 players. He cannot win. King Jack against King 4. Matej very annoyed at himself, but Alessio played that very, very well. Full house. We lose our Slovakian in 3rd place. Still picks up the 20,340 he had already agreed, so he's done well. And we're down to 2 players at the final stages of this very, very long final day.
I see. Small. I start.
Queen deuce.
60-40.
10.6. Do you want a deal? You take the money, I take the trophy.
No.
7,000 euros.
I take the trophy.
And I take the money. Ah.
You take the tiger.
Good job. 1 million.
Only one. Exact.
Me too. Only 1 card.
Easy hand there for Georgiev. But we do have 2 to 1 chip stack. Alessio, having knocked out Matej, has increased his stack significantly. And he's 27 million to 12 million. So If they do get it in, then Georgiev will be the player at risk. Alessio has been the most impressive player on this table by a long chalk and does deserve to win it, in my humble opinion. I spent a lot of hours watching him. So Jack 2 against King 3. Both suited, and bang, King 3 hits the nut flush and he has top pair. So he'll be taking this down unless something strange happens. Like, he's even hit the 3, look at that. He's now got 2 pairs.
For the tiger. For the 7.
And he's tick boxes by his name.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Georgiev, both the players have woken up a bit now, which is good to see. Georgiev flagged a bit an hour or two ago, as I did, to be fair. So, not quite what they're...
No, I had the 3.
Yeah, he has 2 pairs. Also note, it's been a very good comeback by Georgiev, who, when they were 6-handed, was right down the bottom of the chip count and has worked his way back very effectively. At one point, he'd lost a lot of confidence because he just kept getting knocked down. And he's raising here with King 5. Called by Queen 6. These are usually the kind of hands that cause problems. King 5 has hit 2 pairs, but needs Alessio to have hit something. There'll be a clash soon. Queen 3 against Queen Jack, both have hit. That will give confidence to Alessio with his Queen 3, but Queen Jack is ahead, probably going to see a raise. Alessio may well feel he's ahead with his Queen 3. There's a missed flush draw there. Could be a bluff, but he's just going to call. Going to show his queen. Yeah. Pretty unlucky, really.
deals? Counting tigers. I can give you both tigers.
Two tigers for me and one lion for you.
Please.
With my race 1200.
Tonight.
Should race 2.9.
Got another Queen Jack against Queen 3. This time reversed. Three bets been called.
Check. Oh, check.
You need a check?
Top pair has been hit.
But they bet.
Alessio will be betting even if he hadn't hit top pair. I think Georgiev will have to fold, which he does. So he's back down to 10 million. Nearly now 3-1 in chips.
Ace queen.
Ace queen?
You? No. Jack queen.
No.
Yeah, Jack queen.
Queen.
No, me.
What was it?
Jack queen.
Queen 7, but what? Queen 7 or Queen 4 cards?
It's queen jack.
Maybe.
You like Italian music? Ah, okay.
10%.
10%.
3%.
Excuse me. King has been hit there, and no draw at all for Georgiev. So Alessio takes down another pot in this heads up final.
Do you want to go 15 minutes levels?
No.
Why not?
Oh.
30 minutes, it's too much, my friend. 8:15,
20?
because he's coming here.
20?
20, okay, we have a deal.
Okay. No deal.
Okay, take the tigers. Race. Аз предложих по 15, ама... Can you tell the floor?
Four men, please.
For the next level, 20 minutes.
What is going on with you? You okay?
Really bad cards. This is 4 and 1. Oh, okay, sure.
Blackjack, but red jack.
Red jack. Big blind hunter.
Alessio Raising on the button with 10-3. A nonchalant call with a king 2, and he's hit his king. Looking to trap. Looking to use Alessio's aggression against him. Check raise coming up. There it is. Wow. Alessio has four bet, or
It's possible. 3 million.
3-bet to 3 million.
You had ace 5? Only ace king basic.
Wow, this is a different play going on here. Georgiev just calls with the second pair. Can Alessio take this away from him? Now got an actual draw for the straight. Continuing. Putting maximum pressure on. Wow. Fantastic play. He's won pots he had no business to be winning. And he's done that throughout the final table. Been very impressed. Big pressure now on Georgiev's stack. And I think Alessio's going in for the kill. He's looking to mop this tournament up. Waiting for Georgiev to have a hand that he's going to be ahead of, or will hit the flop better with. Because Georgiev's going to have to make some moves with his stack size. Alessio with an ace this time. Raises. Got 32 million. Only 5 million. King Jack. And it's an all-in and a call. The ace 8 is leading at the moment. King Jack suited though. Very sporting handshake. Not all over yet. He's hit his 8. Doesn't really make any difference. The King and Jack are still live. Backdoor straight. And all Alessio has to do is fade a King or Jack, and he is the Italian winner of the Tana delle Tigri. And he does. We have a winner. Finally. At 7:35 a.m. local time. Tournament finished. Thank you very much for all staying with us all night. And I'm sure you were cheering on your favourites. But I will leave you now and bid you good day. I can't really say good night. It's daytime. All the best, everyone. Night, night. JJ Hassan here. Wishing you all happy pokering.